Stories of Futures Past presents the 4,000 subscriber special. 5 stories featuring My Personal Favourites, Volume 3. The Engineer by Frederik Pohl and C.M. Kornbluth. The Deep One by Neil P. Ruzic. The Little Man Who Wasn't Quite by William W. Stuart. Wall of Crystal, Eye of Night by Algis Budrys. Biddy and the Silver Man by E. K. Jarvis, which is a pseudonym. We don't know who actually wrote it. Now, the stories. The Engineer by Frederik Pohl and C.M. Kornbluth. Originally published in Infinity, February 1956. Narrated by Trussel. It was very simple. Some combination of low temperature and high pressure had forced something from the seepage at the ocean bottom into combination with something in the water around them, and the impregnable armor around Subatlantic Oil's drilling chamber had discovered a weakness. On the television screen it looked more serious than it was, so Mühlenhoff told himself, staring at it grimly. You get down more than a mile, and you're bound to have little technical problems. That's why deep-sea oil wells were still there. Still, it did look kind of serious. The water driving in the pitted faults had the pressure of 1,800 meters behind it, and where it struck, it did not splash. It battered and destroyed. As Mühlenhoff watched, a bulkhead collapsed in an explosion of spray. The remote camera caught a tiny driblet of the scattering brine, and the picture in the screen fluttered and shrank, and came back with a wavering sidewise pulse. Mühlenhoff flicked off the screen and marched into the room where the engineering board was waiting in attitudes of flabby panic. As he swept his hand through his snow-white crew cut and called the board to order, a dispatch was handed to him, a preliminary report from a quickly dispatched company troubleshooter team. He read it to the board, stone-faced. A veteran heat transfer man, the first to recover, growled. "Some vibration thing, and seepage from the oil pool. Sloppy drilling," he sneered. "Big deal. So a couple 100 meters of shaft have to be plugged and pumped, so 6 or 8 compartments go pop. Since when did we start to believe the CAC research and development handouts? Armor's armor. Sure it pops when something makes it pop. If Atlantic oil was easy to get at, it wouldn't be here waiting for us now. Put a gang on the job. Find out what happened. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Big deal." Mühlenhoff smiled his attractive smile. "Breck," he said, "thank God you've got guts. Perhaps we were in a bit of a panic. Gentlemen, I hope we'll all take heart from Mr. Breck's level-headed—" "What did you say, Breck?" Breck didn't look up. He was poring through the dispatch Mühlenhoff had dropped to the table. 9-inch plate, he read aloud, white-faced. "And time of installation, not quite 7 weeks ago? If this goes on in a straight line—" He grabbed for a pocket slide rule. "We have, he swallowed. "Less time than the probable error," he finished. "Breck," Mühlenhoff yelled, "where are you going?" The veteran heat transfer man said grimly as he sped through the door. "To find a submarine." The rest of the engineering board was suddenly pulling chairs toward the troubleshooting team's dispatch. Mühlenhoff slammed a fist on the table. "Stop it," he said evenly. "The next man who leaves the meeting will have his contract cancelled. Is that clear, gentlemen? Good. We will now proceed to get organized." He had them. They were listening. He said forcefully, "I want a task force consisting of a petrochemist, a vibrations man, a hydrostatics man, and a structural engineer. Co-opt mathematicians and computermen as needed. I will have all machines capable of handling Fourier series up and cleared for your use. The work of the task force will be divided into 2 phases. For Phase 1, members will keep their staffs as small as possible. The objective of Phase 1 is to find the cause of the leaks and predict whether similar leaks are likely elsewhere in the project. On receiving a first approximation from the force, I will proceed to set up Phase 2 to deal with countermeasures. He paused. "Gentlemen," he said, "we must not lose our nerves. We must not panic. Possibly the most serious technical crisis in Atlantic's history lies before us. Your most important job is to maintain, at all times, a cheerful, courageous attitude. We cannot, repeat, cannot afford to have the sub-technical staff of the project panicked for lack of a good example from us." He drilled each of them in turn with a long glare. "And," he finished, "if I hear of anyone suddenly discovering emergency business ashore, the man who does it better get fitted for a sludge monkey's suit, because that's what he'll be tomorrow. Clear?" Each of the executives assumed some version of a cheerful, courageous attitude. They looked ghastly, even to themselves. Mühlenhoff stalked into his private office, the nerve centre of the whole bulkheaded works. In Mühlenhoff's private office, you would never know you were 1,800 meters below the surface of the sea. It looked like any oilman's brass hat office anywhere, complete to the beautiful blonde outside the door, but white-faced and trembling. The potted palm, though the ends of its fronds vibrated gently, and the typical section chief bursting in the typical flap. "Sir," he whined, frenzied, "Section 6 has pinholed. The corrosion." "Handle it," barked Mühlenhoff, and slammed the door. Section 6 be damned. What did it matter if a few of the old bulkheads pinholed and filled? The central chambers were safe, until they could lick whatever it was that was corroding. The point was, you had to stay with it and get out the oil, because if you didn't prove your lease, Petromex would. Mexican Oil wanted those reserves mighty badly. Mühlenhoff knew how to handle an emergency. Back away from it. Get a fresh slant. Above all, don't panic. He slapped a button that guaranteed no interruption, and irritably, seeking distraction, picked up his latest copy of the New Review, for he was, among other things, an intellectual as time allowed. Under the magazine was the latest of several confidential communications from the Home Office. Mühlenhoff growled and tossed the magazine aside. He reread what Priestley had had to say. "I know you understand the importance of beating our Spic friends to the Atlantic deep reserves, so I won't give you a hard time about it. I'll just pass it on the way Lundström gave it to me. Tell Mühlenhoff he'll come back on the board or on the board, and no alibis or excuses. Get it? Well, hell." Mühlenhoff threw the sheet down and tried to think about the damned corrosion leakage situation. But he didn't try for long. There was, he realized, no point at all in him thinking about the problem. For one thing, he no longer had the equipment. Mühlenhoff realized, wonderingly, that he hadn't opened a table of integrals for 10 years. He doubted that he could find his way around the pages well enough to run down a tricky form. He had come up pretty fast through the huge technical staff of Atlantic. First, he had been a geologist in the procurement section, one of those boots and leather jacket guys who spent his days in the rough, tough blasting and drilling, and his nights in rarefied scientific air, correlating and integrating the findings of the day. Next, he had been a chief geologist, chairborne director of youngsters, now and then tackling a muddled report with theory of least squares and Gibbs phase rule that magically separated dross from limpid fact, or, he admitted wryly, at least turning the muddled reports over to the mathematicians who specialized in those disciplines. Next, he had been a raw materials committee member who knew that drilling and figuring weren't the almighty things he had supposed them when he was a kid, who began to see the big picture of offshore leases and depreciation allowances, of power and fusible rocks and steel for the machines, butane for the drills, plastics for the pipelines, metal for the circuits, the computers, the doors, windows, walls, tools, utilities. A committee man who began to see that a friendly beer poured for the Right Resources Commission man was really more important than least squares or phase rule, because a Resources Commissioner who didn't get along with you might get along, for instance, with somebody from Coastwide, and a lot to Coastwide, the next available block of leases, thus working grievous harm to Atlantic and the billions it served. A committee man who began to see that the big picture meant government and science leaning chummily against each other, government setting science new and challenging tasks like the billion-barrel procurement program, science backing government with all its tremendous prestige. You consume my waste hydrocarbons, Mühlenhof thought comfortably, and I'll consume yours. Thus mined, smelted and milled, Mühlenhof was tempered for higher things. For the first, the technical directorate of an entire Atlantic Subsea Petroleum Corporation district, and all wells, fields, pipelines, stills, storage fields, transport, fabrication, and maintenance appertaining thereto. Honours piled upon honours. And then... He glanced around him at the comfortable office. The top. Nothing to be added but voting stock and board membership, and those within his grasp, if only he weathered this last crisis. And then the rarefied height he occupied alone. And by God, he thought, I do a damn good job of it. Pleasurably he reviewed his conduct at the meeting. He had already forgotten his panic. Those shaking fools would have brought the roof down on us, he thought savagely. A few gallons of water in an unimportant shaft, and they're set to message the Home Office, run for the surface, abandon the whole project. The big picture. They didn't see it, and they never would. He might, he admitted, not be able to chase an integral form through a table, but by God he could give the orders to those who would. The thing was organized now. The project was rolling. The task force had its job mapped out, and somehow, although he would not do a jot of the brain-wearing, eye-straining actual work, it would be his job, because he had initiated it. He thought of the flat, dark, square miles of calcareous ooze outside, under which lay the biggest proved untapped petroleum reserve in the world. Sector 41, it was called on the hydrographic charts. Perhaps, some day, the charts would say Mühlenhof Basin. Well, why not? The emergency intercom was flickering its red light pusillanimously. Mühlenhof calmly lifted the handset off its cradle and ignored the tilly bleat. When you gave an order, you had to leave the men alone to carry it out. He relaxed in his chair and picked up a book from the desk. He was, among other things, a student of old American history, as time permitted. 15 minutes now, he promised himself, with a heroic past, and then back to work, refreshed. Mühlenhof plunged into the book. He had schooled himself to concentration. He hardly noticed when the pleading noise from the intercom finally gave up trying to attract his attention. The book was a study of that Mexican war in which the United States had been so astonishingly deprived of Texas, Oklahoma, and points west under the infamous Peace of Galveston. The story was well told. Mühlenhof was lost in its story from the first page. Good thumbnail sketch of Presidente Lopez, artistically contrasted with the United States' Whitmore. More in sorrow than in anger, off-the-cuff psychoanalysis from the crackpot Texan Baile, derisively known to the Mexicans as El Cacafuego, Byerly's raid at the head of his screwball irredentists, their prompt annihilation by the Mexican 3rd Armored Regiment, Byerly's impeccably legal trial and execution at Tehuantepec. Stiff diplomatic note from the United States. Bland answer, "Please mind your business, senores, and we will mind ours." Stiffer diplomatic note. "We said please, senores, and can we not let it go at that?" Very stiff diplomatic note, and Latin temper flares at last. Mexico severs relations. Bad to worse, worse to worst. Massacre of Mexican nationals at San Antonio. Bland refusal of the United States federal government to interfere in local police problem of punishing the guilty. Mexican 3rd Armored raid San Antonio. Arrests the murderers. Fated for weeks, their faces in the papers, their proud boasts of butchery retold everywhere, and hangs them before recrossing the border. United States declares war. United States loses war. Outmaneuvered, outgeneraled, outlogisticated, outgunned, outmanned, and outfought. Said the author, "The colossal blow this cold military fact delivered to the United States collective ego is inconceivable to us today. Only a study of contemporary comment can make it real to the historian. The choked hysteria of the newspapers, the raging tides of suicides, Whitmore's impeachment and trial, the forced resignations of the entire general staff, all these serve only to sketch in the national mood." Clearly something had happened to the military power which, within less than 5 decades previous, had annihilated the war machines of the Commonform and the Third Reich. We have the words of the contemporary military analyst, Osgood Ferguson, to explain it. "The rise of the so-called political general means a decline in the efficiency of the army. Other things being equal, an undistracted professional beats an officer who is half soldier and half politician. A general who makes it his sole job to win a war will infallibly defeat an opponent who, by choice or constraint, must offend no voters of enemy ancestry, destroy no cultural or religious shrines highly regarded by the press, show leniency when leniency is fashionable at home, display condign firmness when the voters demand it, though it cause his zone of communications to blaze up in a fury of guerrilla clashes, choose his invasion routes to please State Department apprehensive of potential future entents." It is unfortunate that most of Ferguson's documentation was lost when his home was burned during the unsettled years after the war. But we know that what Mexico's Presidente Lopez said to his staff was, "My generals, win me this war." And this entire volume does not have enough space to record what the United States generals were told by the White House, the Congress as a whole, the committees on military affairs, the special committees on the conduct of the war, the State Department, the Commerce Department, the Interior Department, the Director of the Budget, the War Manpower Commission, the Republican National Committee, the Democratic National Committee, the Steel Lobby, the Oil Lobby, the Labor Lobby, the political journals, the daily newspapers, the broadcasters, the ministry, the Granges, the chambers of commerce. However, we do know, unhappily, that the United States generals obeyed their orders. This sorry fact was inscribed indelibly on the record at the Peace of Galveston. Mühlenhoff yawned and closed the book. An amusing theory, he thought, but thin. Political generals? Nonsense. He was glad to see that his subordinates had given up their attempt to pass responsibility for the immediate problem to his shoulders. The intercom had been silent for many minutes now. It only showed, he thought comfortably, that they had absorbed his leading better than they knew. He glanced regretfully at the door that had sheltered him for this precious refreshing interlude from the shocks of the project outside. Well, the interlude was over. Now to see about this leakage thing. Mühlenhoff made a note in his tidy card-catalogue mind to have maintenance on the carpet, The door was bulging out of true. Incredible sloppiness. And some damn fool had shut the locks in the ventilating system. The air was becoming stuffy. Aggressive and confident, the political engineer pressed the release that opened the door to the greatest shock of all. The end. Subscribe for your daily stories of futures past. And now, for the next story. The Deep One by Neil P. Ruzic. Originally published in Galaxy Science Fiction, March 1957. Narrated by Tom Trussel. For centuries, the rains swept 8 million daily tons of land into the sea. Mountains slowly crumpled to ocean floors. Summits rose again to see new civilizations heaped upon fossils of the old. It was the way of the earth, and men knew it and did not worry. The end was always in the future. Ever since men first learned to make marks on cave walls, the end remained in the future. Then the future came. The records told men how the sun was before, so they knew it was swollen now. They knew the heat was not always this hot, or the glacier waters so fast, the seas so high. They adapted. They grew tanner and moved farther poleward. When the steam finally rose over equatorial waters, they moved to the last planet, Pluto, and their descendants lived and died and came to know the same heat and red skies. Finally, there came the day when they couldn't adapt, not, at least, in the usual way. But they had the knowledge of all the great civilizations on Earth, so they built the last spaceship. They built it very slowly and carefully. Their will to live became the will to leave this final, perfect monument. It took 150 years, and during all that time they planned every facet of its operation, every detail of its complex mechanisms. Because the ship had a big job to do, they named it Destiny, and people began to think of it not as the last of the spaceships, but as the first. The dying race sowed the ship with human seed and hopefully named its unborn passengers Adam, Eve, Joseph, and Mary. Then they launched it toward the middle of the Milky Way and lay back in the red light of their burning planet. All this was only a memory now, conserved in the think tank of a machine that raced through speckled space, dodging, examining, classifying, charting what it saw. Behind, the sun shrank as once it swelled, and the planets that were not consumed turned cold in their orbits. The sun grew fainter and went out, and still the ship sped forward, century after century, comet-like, but with a purpose. At many of the specks, the ship circled, sucking in records, passing judgment, moving on, a bee in the garden of stars. Finally, hundreds of light years from what had been its home, it located an Earth-type world, accepted it from 1 billion miles off, and swung into an approach that would last exactly 18 years. Immediately, pumps delivered measured quantities of oxygen and nitrogen atoms. Circuits closed to move 4 tiny frozen eggs next to frozen spermatozoa. The temperature gradually increased to a heat once maintained by animals now extinct. The embryos grew healthily, and at term were born of plastic wombs. The first voices they heard were of their real mothers, soft, caressing song words, melodious, warm, recorded women voices, each different, bell-clear, vivacious, betraying nothing of the fact that they were dead these long centuries. "I am your mother," each voice told its belated offspring. "You can see me and hear me and touch what appears to be me, and together with your cousins you'll grow strong and healthy." The voices sang on, and the babies gurgled in the imported Terran atmosphere. The words were meaningless, but important, for it had been learned on the now dead world that these sounds were one of the factors in love and learning. Day after day, the voices lapped warm over the children. Plastic feeders provided nutrition as noiseless pumps removed excess carbon dioxide. In one end of the ship, a miniature farm was born hydroponically, its automatic grinders pre-digesting ripe vegetables for the children. Animals were born too, for food, but also companionship, and later to stock new Earth ahead. As the babies began to understand, the woman voices merged into one mechanical mother who could be heard and seen and summoned on panel screens throughout the ship. Everything became as Earth-like as possible, but because the environment was artificial, the children grew aware of their purpose in life at an age rarely reached on ancient Earth. They were 2 years old when their mech mother informed them, "You are unlike any children ever born. You are the last of a dead race, but you must live. You must not be afraid. You must do everything humanly possible to live." When they were 4, Mech Mother introduced them to Mech Teacher and said to pay attention for 5 hours each day. Mech Teacher took their IQs and explained to Adam that he had a greater capacity than Eve, Joseph, and Mary, and was therefore their leader. Soon afterward, all the children started school, but Adam excelled. At 7, he knew all about landing the ship. He played that he was already 18, and the ship was no longer on automatic. He was in everything and everywhere. His tow hair poked above the control board. His busy fingers hand-picked an experimental meal from the farm room. When he learned how to turn the artificial gravity switch off in the rec room, his child legs floated haphazardly somewhere above his head. And in the sunroom, where heat lamp walls were triggered by the degree of an occupant's tan, Adam's freckled face stared through the visiport, seeing in his mind's eye the new Earth he would one day conquer. He lived fully, asking questions, accepting the answers, receiving instructions. Some of them he testily disobeyed, was punished compassionately, and learned respect and a kind of love for the mechs. He played the games of childhood, but he played them alone. Once he was gazing out a port, imaginatively sorting the stars of his universe into shapes of the animals in the ship's farm. Mech Father lit up at a nearby panel, glowing faintly red. Adam resisted an impulse to shiver. The panel always made him flinch when it glowed red. Red, he was being conditioned, was his conscience, brought out by Mech Father until he grew old enough to bring it out himself. "Why aren't you playing with the other children?" Mech Father asked. "I've been watching you all day, and you've avoided them on every occasion." Though he feared him, Adam loved Mech Father as he had been taught to do, and did not hesitate to confide. But how could he explain that the other children did not seem as real to him as the mechs? "I don't know," Adam answered truthfully. "They don't ignore you. They ask you to play, but you always go off by yourself. Don't you like them?" "They're flat, Father. They're not deep, like you." Silent hidden computers assembled the answer, correlated, circuited a mechanical smile. Certainly, a child brought up with only 3 real children and 3 talking images in his universe could not distinguish between reality and appearance. On the screen, Adam saw Mech Father smile, The panel no longer read. The voice was quiet now and full of understanding. "It is I who am flat, Adam. I am only an image, a voice. I am here when you need me to help, but I am not deep. Your cousins are deep. I am the flat one. You will understand better when you grow older." Electronically, Mechfather was worried. He called a conference of the other mechs, and their circuits joined in a complicated analog. What was the probable outcome of this beginning of disharmony? There were too many variables for an immediate answer, but the query was stored in each mech's memory banks for later answer. When the mech conference began, the panel switched off, and Adam walked thoughtfully through the ship's corridors. Unexpectedly, he spotted the other children. He turned quickly into a room before they saw him and ducked behind the largest of the couches. He was in the aft rec room, he realized, not having paid attention to where he was going. What was it all about? Did Mechfather really mean it when he said the cousins were deeper than the mechs? Adam could believe he was different from his parents and teacher. After all, he was only 7. But he couldn't accept the information that he was not different from his cousins. Somehow, he thought, I am alone. He heard noises, the loud boisterousness of Joseph, the high-pitched squeal of Eve, the grating laugh of Mary. Adam cringed deeper behind the big couch. He was different. He didn't make sounds like that. "Adam, oh Adam, Adam," the cousins called, each their own way. "Come out, wherever you are, Adam. Come out and play." From behind the couch, Adam saw the beginnings of an infantile but systematic search. The 3 of them were looking behind things, under furniture, in back of hatches. They tried moving everything they saw, but couldn't budge the heavy couch Adam hid behind. Looking for escape, Adam's eyes caught a round metallic handle set flush into the heavy deck carpet. He lifted it and pulled. Nothing happened. He stood up, bracing his feet against the deck, and heaved with all his strength. It didn't move. Then he experimentally turned the handle to the right until it clicked faintly. Then the left, around twice, another faint click, but different. A left-hand click he knew somehow. So he turned again to the left, this time 3 turns, and then the click was heavy, almost audible. He pulled the handle, and a door formed out of the carpet, swinging easily open. Just then, Joseph peered behind the couch. "Boo!" Adam jumped into the opening, the heavy door slamming shut overhead. Below, he stood erect and was surprised to feel the hair on his head brush the ceiling. He was frightened, but he calmed when he realized there were many places on the ship he hadn't been before. Mech Teacher revealed them to him, but very slowly, and he supposed he would not be told about everything for many years. As he recovered his sense of balance, he became aware of a faint luminescence around him. It seemed to have no source, but was stronger in the distance. He began to explore, groping at first, then more smoothly, efficiently, as his eyes adjusted to the semi-darkness. A long corridor opened up before him, and what appeared before to be an illusion of distance actually was distance. He guessed he was near the engine compartment, and vaguely sensed that the luminescence had something to do with the nuclear engines that Mech Teacher told him moved the ship. It was warm in here. Not physically warm, but friendly warm, like when Mech Mother spoke her comfort. The similarity almost made him cry, for he understood, even in his 7 years, that Mech Mother was but the image of his real mother who lived long ago and said those words of sympathy to a child yet unborn. He wanted her now, even her image, but he didn't call because he'd have to explain why he was hiding from his cousins. He shivered then, thinking that Mech Father and Mech Teacher knew where he was and would light up their panels red. He thought, "Are you down here, Mech Father?" Nothing answered, so he spoke the thought, and again the walls stayed dark. That was why it was so friendly warm in here, he realized. His mech conscience was left above. Deciding that the others might miss him, he retraced his steps, located the trapdoor in the ceiling, pushed it open, and ascended. The others were sitting on the floor, dumbfounded, as Adam climbed out and slammed the hatch shut. "How did you get down there?" Joseph asked. Adam remained silent. After a moment, Eve and Mary lost interest in the question and started skipping a length of rope. Joseph persisted. "How? I pulled too." Adam didn't answer. He knew the bigger boy would forget about it if he changed the subject. "How is it you're not with Mech Teacher?" "We were, but he made us look for you." The closest wall panel lit bright red. It was Mech Teacher. "Adam, how did you open that?" "I turned it a certain way," he said evasively. Adam didn't want his cousins to learn how. "But how did you know?" I reasoned it." The image faded as the new information was assimilated. Mech Teacher's voice said, "Wait a while, Adam." The computer circuited the other mechs' memory banks. After 10 minutes, the conference was over, and Mech Teacher returned to the screen. He asked Adam to come alone to the classroom. The others were dismissed. Reluctantly, Adam did as he was told. In the classroom, he stood stiffly in front of the central panels. All 3 mechs lit up, the color this time a tranquilizing blue. "Adam, we are not real people in the now," Mech Mother began. "Do you understand that?" "Yes, I understand. You are planned, fixed before." "That's right, Adam. We are preset. We have a very large number of choices and actions, but we are not infinite." "Infinite?" "We are limited in the help we can give you. We were real, like you, a long, long time ago. We exist now only to help you and the other children. We are here to educate you, to love and console you. And one other thing. We are here to settle your conflicts, to make sure you don't hurt each other." "But I didn't hurt anyone, Mech Mother." "Not yet, Adam. But avoiding the others the way you do could be the first sign of trouble." "How do you know? How can you talk if you aren't real?" "What you hear is a combination of recorded words that are electronically put together to answer an almost infinite number of your questions. But do not think of me as not real. I was, merely in another time. Do you understand that?" "Yes." "Then you also are able to see that your ability to reason things, to understand what I am telling you now, for instance, is a remarkable thing." "You mean because I'm not like the others?" "You have a superior mind. You are the leader, but do not regard yourself as better than the others. You have more intelligence, yes, but do not look down on your cousins for that. They may develop other qualities better than yours. Stay simple, Adam, and you will be able to live among them and thereby make the human race live again. The name of this ship is Destiny. Do you know why?" "Yes, I know." "Be with the other children then. Play with them. You'll need each other to live on New Earth 11 years from now." He thought sullenly, How can I play with them when they're flat?" But he didn't object out loud to Mech Mother. He didn't like her this way. Explanation was Mech Teacher's job, and discipline Mech Father's. Mech Mother should be warm and loving. Mech Teacher appeared and asked Adam to call in the other children so the science lesson could start. He found them tanning in the sunroom, their unclothed bodies evenly browned from invisible light. They followed Adam without question, but seemed to take a long time doing it. Joseph insisted first in donning clothes, but he put on protective clothing first. Then, realizing the absurdity of it, he switched to his formality suit, the loose-fitting robe Mech Teacher instructed the children to wear to lend dignity to the classwork. During Joseph's delay, the girls ambled off somewhere and returned only when Adam shouted after them in exasperation. Quickening his pace, Adam reached the classroom first and asked Mech Teacher, "Are the other children deep?" "Deep? Yes, Adam. Mech Father explained that to you. Why are you confused? It's us, the Mechs, who are flat. The other children are healthy living beings. The cells from which all of you were born were selected after years of controlled breeding. Your parents were the finest the human race could produce. Intelligent, strong, healthy, high survival quotient. Is this what you mean by deep?" "Partly, but also feeling. I think I feel things better." The other children waddled in, took their seats, and switched on the robomonitors in the ritual of classroom procedure. They all looked at Mech Teacher in the central panel. Mech Teacher motioned Adam to his chair desk and began the lesson. He described old Earth and how it circled old Sol with the other worlds and the way the moons circled the planets, all of them condensed into spheres, and all the spheres turning in harmony. He interrupted himself when Mary's robomonitor registered only partial comprehension. "What don't you understand, Mary? Is it sphere?" "I know what a sphere is," she said, remembering a previous lesson. "A sphere is an apple or an orange." Mech Teacher detected a covert wince from Adam's monitor. The teacher appeared to Adam on his desk panel where the others couldn't see or hear. "Do not think this is because she is not deep, Adam. She is only 7 and not as advanced for her age as you are. You understand how we mechs are preset?" "Yes." "In the classroom, then, if we don't go fast enough for you, try to be patient. We can only deviate within set limits. It is not a new problem, Adam. On Earth, it impeded the educational system from the beginning." Simultaneously with his conversation with Adam, Mech Teacher held up an apple on the central panel and re-explained the age-old analogy between the apple and the Earth, the red skin and the Terran crust, the supposition that new Earth ahead would be like old Earth and the apple. Eve wanted to know whether new Earth would have a new moon. "That's an interesting question, Eve, but we are still too many millions of miles away to know yet. Before you are ready to leave the ship, you will know." In the months that passed, Adam tried associating more with the other children. He played their games, which seemed to him to be played without a purpose, but they wouldn't or couldn't play his, with one exception. He showed them how to turn off the artificial gravity in the rec room, and they became obsessed with the same physical euphoria he had discovered for himself. But even while in free fall, Adam maintained his need for reason and couldn't indulge their pointless pastimes for long. Often, when he grew tired of free-falling, he visited his lonely chamber under the deck and explored the working parts of the ship. On almost each occasion when he returned, he was caught by one of the mechs and punished with fiercely glowing red panels. Remembering a previous conversation with the mechs, Adam reasoned that the present dissatisfaction with him was not real. After all, he recalled, they were preset. They had to act like that when he disobeyed them. Going against them wasn't necessarily the same as doing wrong. It took an act of will and intelligence far in advance of his 7 years, for Adam realized that if he continued like this, the conditioning would eat at his brain like acid, and guilt would rise in the etch. So from under the ship's deck, he turned the mechs permanently off. The stars changed with the passing years. The blue giant Adam used to watch from the dark side port was now a diamond chip lost in star-milk night. Ahead, a new jewel grew larger in the quartz port, a sapphire blazing hot and big, bigger than any star in his memory, closer than the destiny had ever come to a star. Adam understood why the star was so big. He was 18 old Earth years of age now, and the star was New Sol. Soon there would be a new Earth, and maybe a new moon. His destiny was near, his job decided. He would locate the planet, orbit it, search for a clear space, and land. Then he and the others, the repulsive, flighty, inconsistent trio. They were alike, all right, with never a serious thought in their heads. Why weren't they concerned with their destiny as he was? If he were a genius, as the mechs once told him, why weren't the others also geniuses? They all came from the best stock of old Earth. No, it wasn't just that he was supernormal. The others were flat, undeep. For years he had kept peace by yielding to their demands. He suffered their company, succumbed to their activities. But every so often, when he felt especially disgusted, he retreated to his private sanctum under the deck. This was such a time now, he felt, as Eve and Mary giggled over to him. They were not nude, as had been the custom aboard the ship ever since he turned off the mechs. They had clothes draped over parts of them that seemed somehow to make them more than nude. But they wore red colouring on their lips that he thought was repulsive. He ducked behind the couch, clicked open the familiar combination, and descended into the only peace he ever knew. He sat at a chair table he had lowered into the compartment long ago, and peered pensively at the drawings before him. If Mech Teacher were here, he thought, the orbit wouldn't be so difficult to calculate. He'd explain how to do it. And then, he wondered, would Mech Teacher have taught the others how to be deep? Or was depth something inside, something that could not be altered by education? If this were a world with other people, he thought, would my cousins be considered abnormals? Or would I? He pondered the question for a moment, then decided, as he had so often in the past, that it was truly the cousins who were the flat ones. They were deviants from an average that couldn't exist on the Destiny, but which must have once existed elsewhere. They had been flat at 7, perhaps when children are supposed to be flat, as Mech Mother had suggested, but they stayed that way. At 18, as at 7, they still played the same games with scarcely any variation. He heard them rummaging above, attempting again and again to pull open the hatch. It had happened this way for years. They'd try to open the trapdoor for an hour or two, then give it up and turn their attention to something else. They never thought to turn the handle. Maybe an undeep person wouldn't be able to reason the combination clicks, but only a completely flat one would persist in pulling when it always ended in failure. Possibly, he thought, the cosmic rays had been more destructive to their egg cells, or maybe the alien radiations subtracted something from the other cells to add to his. If this were true, he was partly a product of the others and owed his depth to them. Adam felt sorry for his cousins then, and wished he hadn't hurt them by avoiding their presence. Despite their undepth, they must have feelings. The mechs probably wouldn't have been able to give them depth, but, he remembered, the other role of the mechs was to prevent each one of them from harming the others. In their role as arbitrator, Adam realized, they might have stopped him from hurting them so. Filled with remorse, he left his desk chair and walked stoop-shouldered under the low ceiling. At the trapdoor, he opened the combination on the inside lock handle and pushed upward. It wouldn't open. He tried again, but it wasn't the lock that was stuck. They must have slid something heavy over the hatch, something he couldn't move. He tried calling to them, but his voice was lost in the insulative metal of the deck. Finally he sat down, conserving his strength for a final onslaught. If he couldn't open the hatch, he realized vividly, it would be not only his failure, but the failure of the human race. But maybe it did not have to be so. Maybe the differences in the others weren't biological. Maybe they were environmental. And with that thought, he made his way through the narrow passageway and reversed his deed of 11 years past. He turned the mechs back on. Returning to the hatch, he reworked the combination to make sure it was not the lock that held him. He pushed upward with all his strength, steadily with increasing pressure, until the beads of perspiration turned into gullies that streamed down his face. Exhausted, he crawled back to his chair and lay across the desk littered with calculations of a landing he would never make. The soft luminescence from the Destiny's nuclear engines crept forward and caressed him. In the aft rec room, Eve and Mary were admiring Joseph's strength in being able to push the heavy couch over Adam's trapdoor. 3 wall panels lit red. All the mechs appeared together. "It's time for your science lesson," one said. "But where is Adam?" "He's in the trapdoor," they answered flatly. The panel turned green, reserving its redness for the delinquent Adam when he would choose to appear. Mech teacher began, "Now about the solar system." But the cousins didn't listen. Joseph had turned the gravity switch off, and they were too busy floating upended, trying new positions, laughing at each other's ridiculous postures in the ship without bottom. The game was not a new one, but it was newly discovered, and they revelled in its glories. Month after month, they played their weightless games while the mechs implored them to come down. The constellations shifted in the visiports. New Sol grew larger and then smaller as the Destiny sped toward its unseen planet. In the rec room, the mech voices were only noises to the trio now, annoying noises that could be silenced, they discovered, with forceful kicks to the red glowing panels. When all the mech screens had been smashed and the weightless games grew boring, Mary looked out the sunroom port. She was surprised to see a rust-yellow sphere hanging in the sky. She watched it seriously for a time, frowning as it grew bigger and filled a third of her horizon. Then she called Eve and Joseph. Mary pointed, and they all stared in bewilderment. She opened her eyes wide and laughed with glee. "It's an apple," she said. "An apple in the sky." But Joseph wasn't fooled. Dimly he remembered something Adam had told him, something about a thing that would appear in the sky. He fought hard bringing it to conscious memory. Then he started aft toward the rec room. In there, under the couch, he remembered, was Adam. Adam would remind him what it was. Suddenly Joseph smiled. His face flushed. He turned back to the sunroom port. He wouldn't have to ask Adam after all. For a moment he watched to make sure, while the huge yellow sphere swam closer. "No, Mary," he said triumphantly. "It's not an apple in the sky. Apples are red. It's an orange." The end. Subscribe for your daily stories of futures past. And now for the next story. The Little Man Who Wasn't Quite, by William W. Stuart. Originally published in Galaxy Magazine, December 1961. Narrated by Tom Trussel. Have you ever been clear down there on Skid Row? Oh, sure, every city has one, and no doubt you're giving it one of those look-away-quick side glances. That isn't what I mean. What I mean is, have you ever been really down there? Probably not. And if you haven't, I could make a suggestion. Don't go. Skid Row is a far, remote way, and there are all kinds of horrors down there, the seen and the unseen. To each his own, as they say, and everyone there has his own personal collection. All right. General opinion is to let them be there, and the hell with them, people and horrors too, if there is a distinction. Unfortunate, but what can you do? Nothing. Look the other way. That's all right with me. I don't know any better to do about the horrors that are, or that may be on Skid Row, than to hope they will stay there where they belong, and let me forget them. That's why I'm writing this. I want to do the story of what I saw, and what I think I saw or felt, and what I didn't see, to get it off my mind. Then I am going to do my damnedest not to think of the whole thing. Me, I know about Skid Row because I was there. That's my personal problem, and another story before this one, and the hell with that too. I once had a wife and a couple of kids. I had a lot of problems, and then no wife and no kids, and I made it to Skid Row. It was easy. For a while I was there, all the way down, where the gutter was something I could look up to. Well, turned out I had friends who wouldn't quit. By their efforts, plus, as they say, the grace of God, I came off it. Most of the way off it, at least. No credit to me, but not too many ever managed to make a round trip of it. Who are the misfits and derelicts on Skid Row? Anybody. Nobody. Individuals, if they are individuals, come and go. The group, with few exceptions, is always the same. It is built of the world's rejects, lost souls, bad dreams, shadowy, indistinct shapes, not a part of life, nor yet quite altogether out of it either. I was down there. I left. But I kept passing by every once in a while to pay a little visit. For that I had two reasons. One, I could sometimes pick up a lead on something for a Sunday feature for my paper. The other, just taking another look now and then at where and what I had been, was a sort of insurance for me. So, from time to time, I would stop by the yard for an evening. I would spring for a jug. I was welcome. Those in the regular group knew me, and they held me in no more than the same contempt they had for each other and themselves. Being no stranger, or perhaps not too much less strange, I fitted well enough with the misfits of that half-world where the individual rarely stands out enough to be noticeable. Why no Jones, though, and his friend Stanley were, each in his own way, quite noticeable. I first ran across Wino Jones and Stanley one early spring evening. It was a Thursday. I was beat. It had been a tough week, a political scandal, a couple of fires, and a big missing kid fiend scare. Turned out the kid had skipped school to catch a triple feature horror show and was scared to go home when she came out late, so she went to hide out at Grandma's. The suspect fiend was a cockfight sportsman from the Caribbean colony smuggling home his loser under his leather jacket. But it had been a rough week, with a lot of chasing around and getting no place that left me in one of those hell-with-it moods. Like, maybe, I ought to take a week or so off, and the hell with that. It was time for me to pay a little remembrance of things not so far past visit down on the Row. I left the city room, tired, dirty, needing a shave. Where I was headed, this would put me ahead of the fashion parade, but it would serve. I stopped for a bowl of chili at Mad Miguel's, and then wandered down to those 4 blocks on South River Street, known as Bug Alley, that make up the hardcore Skid Row section of our city. Across from St. Vincent's in Scott Square, called the Yard, by the old wall, there was a group of 6 or 8 passing the time and a nearly dead jug. I shambled over and squatted down. Got a hard, bloodshot look or two, but not because the jug in the public park was against the law. Even if I was the law, so what? They made the jail now and then, if there were too many complaints, if they made a disturbance. But not even the jail wanted them. The hard looks wondered only if the jug should be passed to me or by me. I lit a cigarette, took a couple of drags, and handed it on. Boot-Nose Bailey, big, old, bald, with a cast-iron stomach and leather liver, settled the jug question by handing it to me. I lifted it, letting only the smallest trickle of the sticky, sweet, cheap wine past. It is not for me, no more. It is sickening stuff. But, as always, the effort of holding back left me shaking. All right, with shaking I had plenty of company. The next man looked pleased at the 2 gulps left in the bottle and drained it. "Ed," Bootnose asked in his hoarse, can't-hit whisper, "you gonna spring for a jug?" I squatted a minute or so, and then stood and started fumbling around through all my pockets. This is local protocol. Coin by coin, I spread $1.50 in silver out on the flat collection stone in front of me. A huge, powerful-looking coloured man, new to me, hunkered down against the wall, smiled gently, and added a quarter. Bootnose scooped it up and went to make the run for the jug. I was, I guess, stretching the ground rules a little by the way I stared at the big fellow. But he surprised me mildly. For one thing, he looked in good shape. Strong, no shakes, no fevered ghosts back of the bloodshot curtain of the eyes. And apart from that, you don't find very many blacks on Skid Row, at least in our area. I don't know why. "Jones," he said softly, politely. "Wino Jones. You're Ed? Ed, this here is my friend Stanley." He waved a big hand at a wispy little man beside him. Funny I hadn't seen Stanley before, but there he was. That I want to make clear. Stanley was there, no question about it. Only he was such a totally remote, insignificant, unobtrusive little man. It is hard for me to remember him even now. Hard to remember what he was like, that is. He wasn't coloured. He was small. His eyes, his hair, I don't know. He must have had some, or I would have noticed. And he had a sort of sour, distant, hurt bitterness about him, I recall. And that is about all I can recall ever seeing in Stanley. Except for the last time I saw him. He looked mean then. This time I smiled and nodded. "Why not, Jones? Stanley, welcome to our city, our little garden spot." "There now, Stanley," Jones beamed. "You can see her well enough. You're doing fine, Stanley, getting better all the time. You do see him plain, don't you, Ed?" "Huh? Yeah, sure I see him. Why not? Does he think he's in the—" Jones interrupted me. "Look, there comes Mr. Bailey back already." Well, it was a little odd. But then, down there the odd is normal, the normal odd. I didn't think anything of it. I sat a couple of hours. One jug went, and then another. It did seem to me that Wino Jones missed by a lot on proving out his nickname. At least he didn't love up the passing bottle as though it might be the last one in the world, which, as every Skid Row pro desperately fears, it might very well turn out to be. Stanley's drinking. I didn't notice. After a while I wandered off. My appreciation of the fact that I was able to wander off was shored up again, and I was glad enough to get back to work the next day without thinking any much more about it. I didn't think about Wino Jones or Stanley again till the first of the next week. Then I was on early shift at the paper, due in at 6 a.m. At 1:45, I yawned my way out of Mad Miguel's after coffee, an egg, and hot cakes. Mig's hot cakes were hot, too, made them with chili. Hard on the stomach, but they popped the old eyelids open in the morning. As I stood a minute in the doorway, my watering eyes spotted Wino Jones coming out of the alley that led around to Mig's kitchen side. He saw me, but, thoughtfully, didn't crack till I gave him a, considering the time, reasonably bright hello. "How's it, Ed? You going on earlier?" "Yeah, why not? Jonesy. Mind if I call you Jonesy?" He didn't. "What's with you? Been washing a dish for the Mig?" He nodded. Some of the upper-level boys from the row worked off and on at odd jobs like that. It didn't make Jones unique, but it made him stand out a little. "Me and Stanley, we like a little change in our pockets. Right, Stanley?" He looked down and a little to one side, just as though he was asking agreement from someone. Only there wasn't anyone there. There wasn't anyone in sight on the block but Jones and me. But Jones smiled and nodded warmly at the short vacancy beside him, and then looked back at me. "Stanley here. He come by to meet me after work. Mr. Mig, he let me fix us a bite of breakfast when I finish up the night." I looked again at where Stanley was supposed to be standing, and then, blankly, back at Jones. He shrugged almost unnoticeably and, I thought, barely shook his head. "Well," he said, "I expect me and Stanley better drift back on down to the yard before some fuzz comes along and fans us down." "Yeah," I said. "Yeah. So long, Jonesy. Stanley." I don't know why I added the Stanley, but, obscurely, it seemed to please Jones. He gave me a big smile, and then walked off down the street, chatting companionably to no one. I didn't get it. Well, Stanley, present or absent, rated very low on the list of the problems I was going to worry about. I went to work. I ran into Jones every morning during the week I was on early. Jones coming off work with Stanley, who wasn't there. Odd, sure, but if Jones was stringing a way-out gag or playing with a mild hallucination, still it was nothing to me. I did mention it to Mig, who only said, "See, 'tis one big hombre eat big. He like 2 plate eat for breakfast. Plate he wash. Bueno, what for I complain? So that was all. Nothing. Toward the end of the next week, I wandered down to the yard again and joined the little group of exponents of gracious almost living by the wall. Jones wasn't there. But as I was settling down, I glanced over at the Broad Street side of the square, and I saw him strolling along toward us. He was smiling, talking, gesturing. He was alone. I looked twice. There was no one with Jones. I settled down, took a drag or two on a smoke, and passed it along. Lifted a jug. Got back the old lost, gone, miserable feel of the thing again. I looked up then at Jones, who was just coming round the mangy clump of bushes by the path. With him was a sour, wispy, scarcely noticeable little man, Stanley. "Evening, Jonesy," I said, "and Stanley, good to see you again." I meant it, even though, come to think of it, it didn't really clear anything up. Jones gave me his smile, and Stanley nodded suspiciously. They moved in and joined the group. Somebody made a run, a couple. The talk staggered around as usual. Topics: booze, money, yesterdays and tomorrows, booze, women, only occasionally and with mild decayed interest, booze. Jones put in a soft word or two from time to time until he finally stood up, stretched, and said he was going up to Miggs. Stanley stayed. I know he did. I watched him. Afterward, I tried to remember if he said anything, but that I couldn't recall. I went on home myself a while after Jones left. Stanley was still there, though, when I glanced back from Broad Street, I couldn't pick him out in the dim moon and streetlight. Still nothing much, eh? The next week I came on work at 10 and didn't see Jones, or not see Stanley, all week. Friday I was back down at the yard. That was out of my pattern. Usually one visit in a month or so was plenty, but now, for whatever reason, I was getting kind of interested in Jones, and Stanley. This time Jones was there, hunkered down against the wall when I wandered up. Coaster Joe squatted on one side of him. On the other side, no one. I looked close. There was no one there. Still, when I nodded around, I nodded at the empty space. Noticed that Bootnose Bailey was missing. A mild surprise. Bootnose and a bottle were nearly as much yard fixtures as General Scott in bronze and pigeons. I settled in. A little time and a jug went by. I still didn't see Stanley. My curiosity finally insisted on a remark. "Jonesy, I haven't seen Stanley tonight." Jones smiled, not quite as easy and relaxed as usual. "Stanley isn't around tonight. He went someplace." "Oh, well, that's good." It seemed a safe statement. If Stanley had been in jail, Jones would have said so. Any other place was bound to be better. I was being unjustifiably nosy, but curiosity wouldn't let me drop it. "Where did he go?" Jones shrugged. Then, seriously, "To tell the truth, Ed, I don't rightly know. Fact is, I've been a mite worried about old Stanley lately." No one else was paying any attention to us. "So, how's that?" "Well," he shrugged again, and then made a decision. "You know, Ed, it's a sort of an odd thing about Stanley. If you have a little time—" "Time is what I have." Jones sighed. "It might turn out to be a problem, I think. Bothers me some. It would be a kindness if you would let me talk to you about it." I stood up. Jones, making a gesture that clearly set him apart, put a quarter on the flat collection stone as he got up to join me. We strolled off through the dusk in the park, quietly. Jones, even in a state of some unease, was a comfortable presence. Over on the Broad Street side of the yard, we sat down on a bench. "Don't rightly know how to begin," Jones said, scratching his head with a fielder's mitt-sized hand. "But, Ed, I expect you noticed something funny about Stanley. Or maybe about me." "I noticed that sometimes I see Stanley, and sometimes I don't. And that sometimes you act as though you see him when he positively is not there." Yes. Makes you kind of unusual too, Ed. Because with Stanley, it's mostly like this. When he is around, I mean. There are people who see him, a few. But most people, they can't see Stanley at all. With you, seems like it changes. Uptown, you can't see him. Down here, you can. What? Now me, I see him most all the time. All the time when he's around, that is. When he hasn't gone off someplace, like tonight. But most people, what you might call really normal people, no offence, Ed, they can't ever see Stanley. It sounded silly, but Jones said it with a calm conviction that carried weight. If I couldn't believe it exactly, I didn't disbelieve him either. You hear plenty of queer stories on Skid Row. Dreams, nightmares, nonsense. There used to be one crummy, rummy old bum around called Governor, who used to claim he really had been a governor. He drank down some office duplicator fluid and died. Police routine checked. He was an ex-governor. Probabilities eliminate no remote possibilities. If you flip a coin long enough, some day it will stand on edge. "How do you figure that?" I asked Jones. "I don't want to sound like I think I'm a brain," Jones said. "I only read some. But these men down here, you might say, couldn't you, that they are maybe men who don't have much of a hold on the world anymore?" "True." "And the world holds them mighty lightly. They are nothing. Nobody pays them attention. They're outside of everything. They're pretty much outside the world even. Now you, Ed, you are mostly a part of the normal world. But one time you were all the way on down here, right? So you—" "I have a feeling for it? Something like that?" "Something like that. And so down here you are like the others. You can see Stanley. Uptown you couldn't see him." "Sounds nuts. But how? Why?" "That goes back, way back. Stanley and me, we were kids together. Stanley, his people were what down there they call trash. 14, 15 kids. Who was whose pa? Who would know, or care? And Stanley, he was kind of the runt of the whole litter. Nobody paid him any mind. He never talked much 'cause nobody listened. Got to be a real dopey, dreamy, moody kid. Not ever sick, but sickly. He was more like nothing than any kid I ever did see. Me, I lived down the road a piece from Stanley. I don't know why, but he took to following me around, mostly because everyone else ran him off, I expect. I don't guess I was real good to poor Stanley, but I let him tag along. You would hardly know he was there. No trouble. And he struck me so sort of lost and pitiful, you know. I never had the heart to chase him. After a while, it got to where he even took to trailing along after me to school. Now that was a funny thing. Kind of got me to wondering. There was a white kid down in that part of the country, running along after a coloured boy to a coloured school. You would expect that to attract a good deal of attention, wouldn't you? Maybe stir up a big storm in the county. But nobody ever hardly seemed to notice Stanley at all. There wasn't anything ever said about it. Well, you know, Ed, any kid, even Stanley, he wants some attention, some affection from someone. Stanley, all he ever had was me, and I never more than about put up with him when we were kids. And any kid likes to feel kind of important sometime. Be noticed, be king of the hill at recess, win a spelling bee, whoop somebody, or even be the kid that gets made to stay after school the most.
He wants to feel like he is somebody. Only Stanley, he never could. Seemed like the more he wanted to push out into things, the more he would get shy and not able to, and he would pull away back inside even more. He never could talk much hardly, even to me. Got so I would scarcely know he was around myself. He lost touch with the world, I put in. Well, that happens. There are oddballs all over, you know. Oh, sure there are, Ed, said Jones. But Stanley wasn't like that. Not exactly. Or only. Seemed like it was as much the world lost touch with Stanley as it was the other way. He always did feel a resentment about it too, and I believe it turned him pretty bitter way down some place. Of course he never did say much, but I could tell. I got the feeling. So, how did you come here? Well, my mammy, she passed on, and there wasn't anything to hold me back there around home, so I left. Stanley, he tagged right along after me, like a shadow. You might say he was a sort of a shadow's shadow, huh? We bummed around. I worked here and there. Then we found out, that most people couldn't even see Stanley at all anymore. He got so far out he was really gone. Only it was kind of pitiful the way it made Stanley mad. Me, I got vagged a few times. Only Stanley, he could be right beside me and spit in the sheriff's face, and they wouldn't touch him. They wouldn't even know he was there. When I was locked up, he could walk in and out to visit me. Nobody ever stopped him. Nobody saw him, except, we found out then, that some of the prisoners could see Stanley plain enough. Oh? I said. Yes, and that's the way it has been. Seems like the only people who can see Stanley are people like the ones down here around the yard. The ones who are, how would you say it, in the world, but not of it, huh? I read that somewhere. People who are far enough out can see Stanley, only he is farther out than any of them. Well, the world being what it is, maybe Stanley is lucky. Ed, you don't really mean that. He was right, of course. This world positively was not built according to any specifications of mine, but still it is my world, and I guess I am pretty fond of it at that. Couldn't ever have managed to leave Skid Row if I weren't. So, Jones said, poor Stanley. He always has been mighty dependent on me. More, maybe, since we've been moving around. Until just lately. Kind of a damn nuisance, huh? It never bothered me too much. Of course, it keeps me down around this part of every town we make, and maybe this isn't the kind of life I would have picked for myself. But Stanley has made me feel sort of responsible. And some kind of responsibility is good for a man, wouldn't you say? I couldn't argue with it. Not me. Anyway, it proved what I had felt from the start. Wino Jones wasn't a real or a natural Skid Row type. He was forcing himself. Well, Ed, Stanley has been trailing me around all the years. Only somehow, I don't believe Stanley ever did really like me much. He followed me because he couldn't do anything else, but he never took to me. I guess maybe I couldn't ever quite look up to him the way he wanted. So I suppose he has always been looking for something else. Well, before we came here, we were stopping in a mission one evening, and I looked around when I finished my soup, and I couldn't see Stanley. It gave me a turn. But after a little while, there he was again. I asked him where he went. He couldn't or wouldn't ever tell me much, only that there was some place he was trying to get to, and friends he wanted to meet. I can almost get there, Stanley told me. There's the border, and over there on the other side they want me. I can feel they want me. They understand that I am important to them. They want me to come, if I could just find the way across to... He never told me who it was wanted him, or where, or what for. But ever since then, every once in a while I would look around and Stanley would be gone. First part of this last week he was gone again. And when he came back, he was changed. He was kind of superior acting, not pleasant. Wherever he was trying to get, he had got there. Now, he told me, I have friends who know I am somebody. He was real set up over it. Tonight, he went back again. Where? I wanted to know. Jones shook his head. I told him, Stanley, we've been together a long time. You got friends besides me. I'm glad. Only, I kind of feel responsible. Maybe I ought to meet your friends, huh? Why don't you take me to meet them? No, says Stanley. Oh, no. He wouldn't hear of it. I got to stay here and wait for him, he tells me. Well, sure, I told Jones. How could you go with a man into his dream? Yeah, only Stanley did take old Mr. Bootnose Bailey with him. What? I exclaimed. Uh-huh. Stanley said he was going to prove it to me. He said he would take somebody along with him to this place, and then he would bring one of his friends back here to visit. He said that would show me, would show everybody. And Ed, I don't believe I much liked the way poor Stanley looked when he said that. He looked kind of mean. But they went, both of them. And that's why old Bootnose isn't around? Jones nodded. Yeah. Stanley promised Mr. Bootnose something would give him a real boot. They went. Stanley, last thing he said before I watched the two of them just sort of fade out. He said he would be back tomorrow evening. He wanted me to be sure to wait for him in the yard. And fact is, Ed, I'm kind of uneasy about it all, he added. There it was, Jonesy's story. A nonsense story, sure, but it left me feeling a little uneasy too. We talked it back and forth a while longer, Jones and me, and the more we talked, the more uneasy I got. Foolish or not, Jones himself believed it. He wasn't trying to con me into anything. There was no other point to it. And, well, maybe it was simply the fact that Jones was a good deal of man. What he said he had a real conviction to it. Even if the story was hard to believe, still, there was what I had seen, and not seen, of Stanley. And even if there was nothing that seemed particularly threatening about the business, it made the two of us uneasy. There was nothing for us to do about it, though. I went on home to my apartment after I promised Jones I would be around the next night when Stanley, alone or with company, was due back. I don't know what Jones expected. I don't know what I expected. But Stanley's friend? No, we didn't expect that. The next day I was filling in on the desk, but my mind must have been fumbling around with Stanley's other world. I fumbled all day and finished by crossing up a couple of headlines. So I left the office with the managing editor's curses ringing in my ears, even though he had to admit that the "present stench, future disaster" line from the sewer gas story did fit very nicely over the item on the mayoralty campaign. I was down at the yard a little after 5. Jones came along a few minutes later. The group was there. It always is, except when there is a city clean-up. Then it moves over behind the church. Today there was a tension. Jones was smiling, gentle and friendly as always, but there were nerves back of it. Probably the others were mostly just suffering dry nerves. But I was rattled enough, so I fumbled a 5 out and put it on the rock. That, naturally, meant that Coaster Joe and Feeney, who moved the quickest, went to make a run and didn't come back. With the right change for the jug, the wino never skips. with change to bring back, always. Well, some more silver was painfully dredged up, mostly by Jones, and somebody else went. The wine went around, and I'll admit that this time I took a swallow or two on my turn. I noticed Jones did too. Not much, a little. We were cold sober. Too cold, actually. I needed the little wine I had in me, and a lot more. That bottle and another went around. So did the talk. I was leaning on the wall next to Jones. Neither of us had much to say. Finally, it was just coming on dusk. I asked him, "You're sure he'll come here? Are you sure he'll show it all?" "He'll be here. Most any time now, Ed. I can feel it. Can't you?" I could feel something, but it was only a contagion of tension, I told myself. Then Jones said, "Look there," and pointed. I followed the line of his big pink-nailed black finger off along the path through the park from Broad Street, a little hazy in the summer evening. There was nothing. Then there was a darker spot in the haze, and then, not more than about 20 feet away, just about to pass back of the row of bushes along the path, I saw Stanley. Tonight he seemed, somehow, a more positive presence, even at that distance. There was a cocky bounce in his walk, and a tilt to his chin that announced, "Here is someone to reckon with." Other eyes in our little circle turned his way as he passed behind the bushes. A couple of seconds more, and he came around the near side and moved in to join us. "Hello there, wino," he said to Jones, and there was condescension in it. "Fellows, I want," proudly, "you should meet a friend of mine." Around the bushes came a shape, a dark shape. Stanley's friend, from some other place or world. In our group, St. Betty, a retired queen, choked on the jug and handed it to me. I shoved it along to Jones. The paralyzing effect of Stanley's friend can be measured in the fact that the jug went 3 times around that thirsty circle, and no one even lifted it to his lips till it fell in the dust at my feet. Stanley's friend was there all right, really there. What did I say he was like? A dark shape? Yes. But that dark shape and the detail of that shape came through as clear as a hot blue flame to me. You weren't ever down that way, right? Not to say, at least. Well, one thing people there have in common is the horrors. Not just the ordinary day-to-day horrors of a hard life, but the big horrors, the DTs. How do they go? The detail varies. With everyone, there is something that really panics him, gives him that sense of unreasoning, helpless, screaming fear. With a lot of people, it is snakes. That's a traditional. With others, it can be heights, or closed rooms, rats maybe. With me, it has always been spiders, ugly, hairy-legged, bloat-bellied. The horrors. The height man, when he gets them, will have the sensation of falling, helplessly, endlessly. Once I had spiders. There were hordes, millions of great, stickly, scrabbling, poisonous spiders, crawling all over me, over everything, until I woke, wrapped up like an iced tamale in the cold, wet sheet that is called calming restraint in psycho wards. Stanley's friend. Well, it's an ugly thought, but consider those spiders of mine, and consider people. People mostly have religion. God made man in his image, they say. Except God, of course, is the infinitely greater. Now suppose that spiders had a god, a spider god. God made spiders in his image, the spiders might say, right? So such a spider god, That almighty apotheosis of spiderdom. That was Stanley's friend as I saw him. I don't know how I could see a thing like that. Maybe I didn't see it exactly, but absolutely, in some way, by whatever means, the positive perception of such a thing burned itself into my eyes and mind. The other fellows, no one screamed aloud, although my mind was screaming. Horrors were not less horrible to us, only less unfamiliar than to other people. One by one, the others quivered to shaky feet, and they stumbled off through the evening. The jug, 3/4 full yet, stayed there in the dust of the yard, forgotten. How long it was, I don't know. Not long. And then only Jones and I were left with Stanley and Stanley's friend. The rest of the park was empty. Across Bug Alley in front of the church, an old woman carrying a sack of rubbish was impelled to look our way. She screeched in a high disappearing pitch and crumpled to the walk. The church was dark and silent. Jones stood there, big, powerful, leaning against the wall. He smiled at Stanley, but it was a weak, sick smile. How he managed that much, I'll never know. Weak, trembling, stomach churning, I dragged myself up. Well, I mumbled. Few fellows will excuse me. Guess I'd better be moving along. Stanley's lip curled. He was irritated. I couldn't help that. You see, it wasn't speech, but the thought came plainly from Stanley's friend, out of a churning of black, hungry thoughts. You see how it is. Even now, not even such as these will welcome us as friends and equals. Yes, snapped Stanley. I see. I should have known. All right, then. We'll do it your way. We will show them all. I stumbled a step or two toward the path. Why no, said Stanley. Why no, Jones? We are going over to the other side now, but we will be back, you hear me? You just wait. Sure, Stanley, said Jones, still gentle, kind. Only, Stanley, are you sure? I'm sure, said Stanley. He turned to his friend. Come on, let's go. They moved together toward the bushes. Stanley looked back over his shoulder at Jones. We'll be back, he said. We'll be back, Wino. You be looking for us. Then they were gone. Thank the good Lord, they were gone. Well, I quavered at Jones. You did say you were kind of uneasy about him, didn't you? Yes, said Jones. That's right. You going on home now, Ed? You bet. I don't like to impose, but would you mind if I kind of tagged along? I don't feel too good after that thing with Stanley, built of all those thousands of hissing, wiggling snakes. With Jones it had been snakes, not spiders. The others, to each his own. Somehow that made it seem even worse. Jones wanted to come along with me. I was glad and grateful. I don't know that I could have stood being alone that night. Up in my apartment, we turned on all the lights, had a couple of nightcaps, sat up all night in my luxurious 8x10 living, dining, kitchen area for modern living. We talked a little, but not about Stanley and his friend. It was too fresh, and we were too shaken. It seemed safer not to mention it. I suppose we must have dozed off and on. In the morning I woke up. I still had the shakes. No hangover, but the shakes. Jonesy, I said. Jonesy, I guess maybe I ought to be getting along to work. What are you going to do? He woke up, full awake, like that. I'm not going back, he said. You know? Yeah. I got a kind of a feeling that maybe I am sort of Stanley's doorway or gate back here, if you know what I mean. He was always nearer to me than anyone. You noticed he kept telling me to wait for him? I think maybe he needs to feel around and find me to make his way back across from wherever he went. So, if I'm not there, if he can't locate me, could be he won't be able to make his way back with his friends. I think I better stay as far away from down there as I can get. You reckon there might be some kind of job I could do on that paper you work for?" "Sure," I said. I knew they needed some men in the circulation department. "That isn't so very far away, though, is it?" I had a sense that he was right about Stanley. "Not miles. Distance, like that. I don't think it makes much difference where Stanley is. It's the yard and all that, huh? Seems to be like if I get a steady job, get to be a real, steady, normal citizen, that's what would make me hard for Stanley to find." "Yes," I said, "I see. The more you are a full part of this world, the farther away you will be from that other one, and Stanley." "That's it." "I hope so. Lord, I hope so. You come along down with me this morning. We'll get you a job if we have to kill someone to make a vacancy. Jonesy, that thing, spiders, snakes, you're sure it was real? It was actually here, I mean? And might come back if Stanley can make the way, in force?" "Yes, Ed. You didn't really have to ask, did you?" "No," I said. "And that's it, and that's all." Since then, well, Jones is working for the paper. He got to be assistant circulation manager in less than a year. He is as respectable and non-Skid Row a citizen as there is in town. Has a girl, getting married next month. Me, I'm the same, maybe a little better. I go every other week to visit my kids, and Jenny, my ex, has taken to staying around now. We even talk a little bit, and, last time, I took her some flowers, and she blushed like a bride. Something might even come of it, given enough time. I have checked back on the yard a few times, but so far, at least, nothing more than the standard rack-up of ordinary horrors. I'm not going to check any more. What for? Such a thing as Stanley's friend you couldn't fight, and I wouldn't know what direction to run. If those things ever find a way over here, where would they be coming from? I don't know. From inside, maybe, Jones says. How do you run from that? Best, I think, forget it. I intend to try, and so help me, I am through with this Skid Row. Who wouldn't be? The End. Subscribe for your daily stories of futures past. And now, for the next story. Wall of Crystal, Eye of Night, by Algis Budrys. Originally published in Galaxy magazine, December 1961. Narrated by Trussel. 1. Soft as the voice of a morning dove, the telephone sounded at Rufus Solinar's desk. Solinar himself was standing 50 paces away, his leonine head cocked, his hands flat in his hip pockets, watching the nighted world through the crystal wall that faced out over Manhattan Island. The window was so high that some of what he saw was dimmed by low clouds hovering over the rivers. Above him were stars. Below him the city was traced out in light and brimming with light. A falling star, an interplanetary rocket, streaked down toward Long Island facility like a scratch across the soot on the doors of hell. Solinar's eyes took it in, but he was watching the total scene, not any particular part of it. His eyes were shining. When he heard the telephone, he raised his left hand to his lips. "Yes?" The hand glittered with utility-gem rings. The effect was that of an attempt at the sort of copper binding that was once used to reinforce the ribbing of wooden warships. His personal receptionist's voice moved from the air near his desk to the air near his ear. Seated at the monitor board in her office, wherever in this building her office was, the receptionist told him, "Mr. Ermine says he has an appointment." "No." Solinar dropped his hand and returned to his panorama. When he had been 20 years younger, managing the modest optical factory that had provided the support of 3 generations of Solinars, he had very much wanted to be able to stand in a place like this and feel as he imagined men felt in such circumstances, but he felt unimaginable now. To be here was one thing. To have almost lost the right and regained it at the last moment was another. Now he knew that not only could he be here today, but that tomorrow, and tomorrow, he could still be here. He had won. His gamble had given him Empavid, and Empavid would give him all. The city was not merely a prize set down before his eyes. It was a dynamic system he had proved he could manipulate. He and the city were one. It buoyed and sustained him. It supported him here in the air, with stars above and light-thickened mist below. The telephone mourned. "Mr. Ermine states he has a firm appointment." "I've never heard of him." And the left hand's utility-gems fell from Solinar's lips again. He enjoyed such toys. He raised his right hand, sheathed in insubstantial midnight blue silk, in which the silver threads of metallic wiring ran subtly toward the fingertips. He raised the hand and touched 2 fingers together. Music began to play behind and before him. He made contact between another combination of finger circuits, and a soft feminine laugh came from the terrace at the other side of the room, where connecting doors had opened. He moved toward it. 1 layer of translucent drapery remained across the doorway, billowing lightly in the breeze from the terrace. Through it, he saw the taboret with its candle lit, the iced wine in the stand beside it, the 2 fragile chairs, Bess Aladis, slender and regal, waiting in one of them. All these, through the misty curtain, like either the beginning or the end of a dream. "Mr. Ermine reminds you the appointment was made for him at the annual business dinner of the International Association of Broadcasters in 1998. Solinar completed his latest step, then stopped. He frowned down at his left hand. "Is Mr. Ermine with the IAB's Special Public Relations Office?" "Yes," the voice said after a pause. The fingers of Solinar's right hand shrank into a cone. The connecting door closed. The girl disappeared. The music stopped. "All right, you can tell Mr. Ermine to come up." Solinar went to sit behind his desk. The office door chimed. Solinar crooked a finger of his left hand, and the door opened. With another gesture, he kindled the overhead lights near the door and sat in shadow as Mr. Ermine came in. Ermine was dressed in rust-coloured garments. His figure was spare, and his hands were empty. His face was round and soft, with long dark sideburns. His scalp was bald. He stood just inside Solinar's office and said, "I would like some light to see you by, Mr. Solinar." Solinar crooked his little finger. The overhead lights came to soft light all over the office. The crystal wall became a mirror, with only the strongest city lights glimmering through it. "I only wanted to see you first," said Solinar. I thought perhaps we'd met before."
"No," Ermin said, walking across the office. "It's not likely you've ever seen me." He took a card case out of his pocket and showed Solinar proper identification. "I'm not a very forward person." "Please sit down," Solinar said. "What may I do for you?" "At the moment, Mr. Solinar, I'm doing something for you." Solinar sat back in his chair. "Are you? Are you now?" He frowned at Ermin. "When I became a party to the bylaws passed at the 98 dinner, I thought a special public relations office would make a valuable asset to the organization. Consequently, I voted for it, and for the powers it was given. But I never expected to have any personal dealings with it. I barely remembered you people had carte blanche with any IAB member." "Well, of course, it's been a while since 98, Ermin said. "I imagine some legends have grown up around us. Industry gossip, that sort of thing." "Yes." "But we don't restrict ourselves to an enforcement function, Mr. Solinar. You haven't broken any bylaws, to our knowledge." "Or mine. But nobody feels 100% secure. Not under these circumstances." Nor did Solinar yet relax his face into its magnificent smile. "I'm sure you've found that out." "I have a somewhat less ambitious older brother who's with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. When I embarked on my own career, he told me I could expect everyone in the world to react like a criminal. Yes," Ermin said, paying no attention to Solinar's involuntary blink. "It's one of the complicating factors in a profession like my brother's, or mine. But I'm here to advise you, Mr. Solinar. Only that." "In what matter, Mr. Ermin?" "Well, your corporation recently came into control of the patents for a new video system. I understand that this, in effect, makes your corporation the licensor for an extremely valuable sales and entertainment medium. Fantastically valuable." "Empavid," Solinar agreed. "Various subliminal stimuli are broadcast with and keyed to the overt subject matter. The home receiving unit contains feedback sensors which determine the viewer's reaction to these stimuli and intensify some while playing down others in order to create complete emotional rapport between the viewer and the subject matter. Empavid, in other words, is a system for orchestrating the viewer's emotions. The home unit is self-contained, semi-portable, and not significantly bulkier than the standard TV receiver. Empavid is compatible with standard TV receivers, except, of course, that the subject matter seems thin and vaguely unsatisfactory on a standard receiver. So the consumer shortly purchases an EV unit. It pleased Solinar to spell out the nature of his prize. "At a very reasonable price. Quite so, Mr. Solinar. But you had several difficulties in finding potential licensees for this system among the networks." Solinar's lips pinched out. Mr. Ermin raised one finger. "First, there was the matter of acquiring the patents from the original inventor, who was also approached by Courtright Burr." "Yes, he was," Solinar said in a completely new voice. "Competition between Mr. Burr and yourself is long-standing and intense." "Quite intense," Solinar said, looking directly ahead of him at the one blank wall of the office. Burr's offices were several blocks downtown, in that direction. "Well, I have no wish to enlarge on that point, Mr. Burr being an IAB member in standing as good as yours, Mr. Solinar. There was, in any case, a further difficulty in licensing EV due to the very heavy cost involved in equipping broadcasting stations and network relay equipment for this sort of transmission." "Yes, there was." "Ultimately, however, you succeeded. You pointed out, quite rightly, that if just one station made the change, and if just a few EV receivers were put into public places within the area served by that station,
Normal TV outlets could not possibly compete for advertising revenue. Yes. And so your last difficulties were resolved a few days ago, when your Empovid Unlimited, when Empovid, a subsidiary of the Solinar Corporation, became a major stockholder in the Trans-World TV network. I don't understand, Mr. Ermin, Solinar said. Why are you recounting this? Are you trying to demonstrate the power of your knowledge? All these transactions are already matters of record in the IAB confidential files, in accordance with the bylaws. Ermin held up another finger. You're forgetting I'm only here to advise you. I have two things to say. They are: these transactions are on file with the IAB because they involve a great number of IAB members and an increasingly large amount of capital. Also, Transworld's exclusivity under the IAB bylaws will hold good only until 33% market saturation has been reached. If EV is as good as it looks, that will be quite soon. After that, under the bylaws, Transworld will be restrained from making effective defences against patent infringement by competitors. Then all of the IAB's membership and much of their capital will be involved with EV. Much of that capital is already in anticipatory motion. So a highly complex structure now ultimately depends on the integrity of the Solinar Corporation. If Solinar stock falls in value, not just you, but many IAB members will be greatly embarrassed, which is another way of saying EV must succeed. I know all that. What of it? There's no risk. I've had every related patent on Earth checked. There will be no catastrophic obsolescence of the EV system. Ermin said, There are engineers on Mars. Martian engineers. They're a dying race, but no one knows what they can still do. Solinar raised his massive head. Ermin said, Late this evening, my office learned that Kortwright Burr has been in close consultation with the Martians for several weeks. They have made some sort of machine for him. He was on the flight that landed at the facility a few moments ago. Solinar's fists clenched. The lights crashed off and on, and the room wailed. From the terrace came a startled cry and a sound of smashed glass. Mr. Ermin nodded, excused himself, and left. A few moments later, Mr. Ermin stepped out at the pedestrian level of the Solinar building. He strolled through the landscaped garden and across the frothing brook toward the central walkway down the avenue. He paused at a hedge to pluck a blossom and inhale its odor. He walked away, holding it in his naked fingers. 2. Drifting slowly on the thread of his spinneret, Rufus Solinar came gliding down the wind above Kortwright Burr's building. The building, like a spider, touched the ground at only the points of its legs. It held its wide, low bulk spread like a parasol over several downtown blocks. Solinar, manipulating the helium-filled plastic drifter far above him, steered himself with jets of compressed gas from plastic bottles in the drifter's structure. Only Solinar himself, in all this system, was not effectively transparent to the municipal antiplane radar, and he himself was wrapped in long, fluttering streamers of dull black metallic sheeting. To the eye, he was amorphous and non-reflective. To electronic sensors, he was a drift of static, much like a sheet of foil picked by the wind from some careless trash heap. To all of the senses of all interested parties, he was hardly there at all, and, thus, in an excellent position for murder. He fluttered against Burr's window. There was the man, crouched over his desk. What was that in his hands? A pomander? Solinar clipped his harness to the edges of the cornice, swayed out against it, his sponge-soled boots pressed to the glass. He touched his left hand to the window and described a circle. He pushed. There was a thud on the carpeting in Burr's office, and now there was no barrier to Solinar. Doubling his knees against his chest, he catapulted forward, the riot pistol in his right hand. He stumbled and fell to his knees, but the gun was up. Burr jolted up behind his desk. The little sphere of orange-gold metal, streaked with darker bronze, its surface vermicular with incrustations, was still in his hands. "Him!" Burr cried out as Solinar fired. Gasping, Solinar watched the charge strike Burr. It threw his torso backward faster than his limbs and head could follow without dangling. The choked-down pistol was nearly silent. Burr crashed backward to end, transfixed, against the wall. Pale and sick, Solinar moved to take the golden ball. He wondered where Shakespeare could have seen an example such as this, to know an old man could have so much blood in him. Burr held the prize out to him, staring with eyes distended by hydrostatic pressure, his clothing raddled, and his torso grinding its broken bones. Burr stalked away from the wall and moved as if to embrace Solinar. It was queer, but he was not dead. Shuddering, Solinar fired again. Again Burr was thrown back. The ball spun from his splayed fingers as he once more marked the wall with his body. Pomander, orange, whatever. It looked valuable. Solinar ran after the rolling ball, and Burr moved to intercept him, nearly faceless, hunched under a great invisible weight that slowly yielded as his back groaned. Solinar took a single backward step. Burr took a step toward him. The golden ball lay in a far corner. Solinar raised the pistol despairingly and fired again. Burr tripped backward on tiptoe, his arms like windmills, and fell atop the prize. Tears ran down Solinar's cheeks. He pushed one foot forward, and Burr, in his corner, lifted his head and began to gather his body for the effort of rising. Solinar retreated to the window, the pistol sledging backward against his wrist and elbow as he fired the remaining shots in the magazine. Panting, he climbed up into the window frame and clipped the harness to his body, craning to look over his shoulder, as Burr, shredded, leaking blood and worse than blood, advanced across the office. He cast off his holds on the window frame and clumsily worked the drifter controls. Far above him, volatile ballast spilled out and dispersed in the air long before it touched ground. Solinar rose, sobbing, and Burr stood in the window, his shattered hands on the edges of the cut circle, raising his distended eyes steadily to watch Solinar in flight across the enigmatic sky. Where he landed, on the roof of a building in his possession, Solinar had a disposal unit for his gun and his other trappings. He deferred for a time the question of why Burr had failed at once to die. Empty-handed, he returned uptown. He entered his office, called and told his attorneys the exact times of departure and return, and knew the question of dealing with municipal authorities were thereby resolved. That was simple enough, with no witnesses to complicate the matter. He began to wish he hadn't been so irresolute as to leave Burr without the thing he was after. Surely, if the pistol hadn't killed the man, an old man with thin limbs and spotted skin, he could have wrestled that thin-limbed, bloody old man aside, that spotted old man, and dragged himself and his prize back to the window, for all that the old man would have clung to him and clutched at his legs and fumbled for a handhold on his sombre disguise of wrappings, that broken, immortal old man. Solinar raised his hand. The great window of the city grew opaque. Bess Algis knocked softly on the door from the terrace. He would have thought she'd returned to her own apartments many hours ago. Tortuously pleased, he opened the door and smiled at her, feeling the dried tears crack on the skin of his cheeks. He took her proffered hands. "You waited for me," he sighed. "A long time for anyone as beautiful as you to wait." She smiled back at him. "Let's go out and look at the stars." "Isn't it chilly?" "I made spiced hot cider for us. We can sip it and think." He let her draw him out onto the terrace. He leaned on the parapet, his arm around her pulsing waist, his cape drawn around both their shoulders. "Bess, I won't ask if you'd stay with me no matter what the circumstances, but it might be a time will come when I couldn't bear to live in this city. What about that?" "I don't know," she answered honestly. And Courtright Burr put his hand up over the edge of the parapet between them. Solinar stared down at the straining knuckles, holding the entire weight of the man dangling against the sheer face of the building. There was a sliding, rustling noise, and the other hand came up, searched blindly for a hold, and found it, hooked over the stone. The fingers tensed and rose, their tips flattening at the pressure as Burr tried to pull his head and shoulders up to the level of the parapet. Bess breathed. "Oh, look at them! He must have torn them terribly climbing up." Then she pulled away from Solinar and stood staring at him, her hand to her mouth. "But he couldn't have climbed. We're so high." Solinar beat at the hands with the heels of his palms, using the direct, trained blows he had learned at his athletic club. Bone splintered against the stone. When the knuckles were broken, the hands instantaneously disappeared, leaving only streaks behind them. Solinar looked over the parapet. A bundle shrank from sight, silhouetted against the lights of the pedestrian level and the avenue. It contracted to a pinpoint. Then, when it reached the brook and water flew in all directions, it disappeared in a final sunburst, endowed with glory by the many lights which found momentary reflection down there. "Bess, leave me, please," Rufus Solinar cried out. 3. Rufus Solinar paced his office, his hands held safely still in front of him, their fingers spread and rigid. The telephone sounded, and his secretary said to him, "Mr. Solinar, you are 10 minutes from being late at the TTV Executives' Ball. This is a first-class obligation." Solinar laughed. "I thought it was when I originally classified it." "Are you now planning to renege, Mr. Solinar?" the secretary inquired politely. Certainly, Solinar thought. He could as easily renege on the ball as a king could on his coronation. "Burr, you scum! What have you done to me?" he asked the air, and the telephone said, "Beg pardon?" "Tell my valet," Solinar said. "I'm going." He dismissed the phone. His hands cupped in front of his chest, a firm grip on emptiness might be stronger than any prize in a broken hand. Carrying in his chest something he refused to admit was terror, Solinar made ready for the ball. But only a few moments after the first dance set had ended, Malcolm Levier of the local TTV station executive staff looked over Solinar's shoulder and remarked, "Oh, there's Court Burr, dressed like a gallows bird." Solinar, glittering in the costume of the Medici, did not turn his head. "Is he? What would he want here?" Levier's eyebrows arched. "He holds a little stock. He has entrée, but he is late." Levier's lips quirked. "It must have taken him some time to get that makeup on." "Not in good taste, is it? Look for yourself." "Oh, I'll do better than that," Solinar said. "I'll go and talk to him a while. Excuse me, Levier." And only then did he turn around, already started on his first pace toward the man. But Courtright Burr was only a pasteboard imitation of himself as Solinar had come to know him. He stood to one side of the doorway, dressed in black and crimson robes, with black leather gauntlets on its hand, carrying a staff of weathered natural wood. His face was shadowed by a sackcloth hood, the eyes well hidden. His face was powdered grey, and some blend of livid colours hollowed his cheeks. He stood motionless as Solinar came up to him. As he had crossed the floor, each step regular, the eyes of bystanders had followed Solinar until, anticipating his course, they found Burr waiting. The noise level of the ball shrank perceptibly, for the lesser revellers who chanced to be present were sustaining it all alone. The people who really mattered here were silent and watchful. The thought was that Burr, defeated in business, had come here in some insane reproach to his adversary in this lugubrious, distasteful clothing. Why, he looked like a corpse, or worse. The question was, what would Solinar say to him? The wish was that Burr would take himself away, back to his estates or to some other city. New York was no longer for Courtright Burr. But what would Solinar say to him now, to drive him back to where he hadn't the grace to go willingly? "Courtright," Solinar said in a voice confined to the two of them. "So your Martian immortality works?" Burr said nothing. "You got that in addition, didn't you? You knew how I'd react. You knew you'd need protection. Paid the Martians to make you physically invulnerable. It's a good system. Very impressive. Who would have thought the Martians knew so much? But who here is going to pay attention to you now? Get out of town, Courtright. You passed your chance. You're dead as far as these people are concerned. All you have left is your skin." Burr reached up and surreptitiously lifted a corner of his fleshed mask. And there he was, under it. The hood retreated an inch, and the light reached his eyes. And Solinar had been wrong. Burr had less left than he thought. "Oh, no, no, Courtright," Solinar said softly. "No, you're right. I can't stand up to that." He turned and bowed to the assembled company. "Good night," he cried, and walked out of the ballroom. Someone followed him down the corridor to the elevators. Solinar did not look behind him. "I have another appointment with you now," Ermin said at his elbow. They reached the pedestrian level. Solinar said, "There's a cafe. We can talk there." "Too public, Mr. Solinar. Let's simply stroll and converse." Ermin lightly took his arm and guided him along the walkway. Solinar noticed then that Ermin was costumed so cunningly that no one could have guessed the appearance of the man. "Very well," Solinar said. "Of course." They walked together, casually. Ermin said, "Burr's driving you to your death. Is it because you tried to kill him earlier? Did you get his Martian secret?" Solinar shook his head. "You didn't get it," Ermin sighed. "That's unfortunate. I'll have to take steps." "Under the bylaws," Solinar said, "I cry laissez-faire." Ermin looked up, his eyes twinkling. "Laissez-faire? Mr. Solinar, do you have any idea how many of our members are involved in your fortunes? They will cry laissez-faire, Mr. Solinar, but clearly you persist in dragging them down with you. No, sir, Mr. Solinar. My office now forwards an immediate recommendation to the Technical Advisory Committee of the IAB that Mr. Burr probably has a system superior to yours, and that stock in Solinar Incorporated has best be disposed of." "There's a bench," Solinar said. "Let's sit down." "As you wish." Ermin moved beside Solinar to the bench, but remained standing. "What is it, Mr. Solinar?" "I want your help. You advised me on what Burr had. It's still in his office building, somewhere. You have resources. We can get it." "Laissez-faire, Mr. Solinar. I visited you in an advisory capacity. I can do no more." "For a partnership in my affairs, could you do more?" "Money?" Ermin tittered. "For me?" "Do you know the conditions of my employment?" If he had thought, Solinar would have remembered. He reached out tentatively. Ermin anticipated him. Ermin bared his left arm and sank his teeth into it. He displayed the arm. There was no quiver of pain in voice or stance. "It's not a legend, Mr. Solinar. It's quite true. We of our office must spend a year after the nerve surgery learning to walk without the feel of our feet, to handle objects without crushing them or letting them slip, or damaging ourselves. Our mundane pleasures are auditory, olfactory, and visual, easily gratified at little expense. Our dreams are totally interior, Mr. Solinar. The operation is irreversible. What would you buy for me with your money?" "What would I buy for myself?" Solinar's head sank down between his shoulders. Ermin bent over him. "Your despair is your own, Mr. Solinar. I have official business with you." He lifted Solinar's chin with a forefinger. "I judge physical interference to be unwarranted at this time, but matters must remain so that the IAB members involved with you can recover the value of their investments in EV. Is that perfectly clear, Mr. Solinar? You are hereby enjoined under the bylaws as enforced by the Special Public Relations Office." He glanced at his watch. "Notice was served at 1:27 a.m. City time." 1:27, Solinar said. "City time." He sprang to his feet and raced down a companionway to the taxi level. Mr. Ermin watched him quizzically. He opened his costume, took out his omnipresent medical kit, and sprayed coagulant over the wound in his forearm. Replacing the kit, he adjusted his clothing and strolled down the same companionway Solinar had run. He raised an arm, and a taxi flitted down beside him. He showed the driver a card, and the cab lifted off with him, its lights glaring in a priority pattern far faster than Solinar's ordinary legal limit allowed. 4. Long Island facility vaulted at the stars in great kangaroo leaps of arch and cantilever span, jewelled in glass and metal as if the entire port were a mechanism for navigating interplanetary space. Rufus Solinar paced its esplanades, measuring his steps, holding his arms still, for the short time until he could board the Mars rocket. Erect and majestic, he took a place in the lounge and carefully sipped liqueur, once the liner had boosted away from Earth and coupled in its Faraday main drives. Mr. Ermin settled into the place beside him. Solinar looked over at him calmly. "I thought so." Ermin nodded. "Of course you did. But I didn't almost miss you. I was here ahead of you. I have no objection to your going to Mars, Mr. Solinar. Laissez-faire, provided I can go along." "Well," Rufus Solinar said. "Liqueur?" He gestured with his glass. Ermin shook his head. "No, thank you," he said delicately. Solinar said, "Even your tongue?" Of course my tongue, Mr. Solinar. I taste nothing. I touch nothing. Ermine smiled. But I feel no pressure. All right then, Rufus Solinar said crisply. We have several hours to landing time. You sit and dream your interior dreams, and I'll dream mine. He faced around in his chair and folded his arms across his chest. Mr. Solinar, Ermine said gently. Yes? I am once again with you by appointment as provided under the bylaws. State your business, Mr. Ermine. You are not permitted to lie in an unknown grave, Mr. Solinar. Insurance policies on your life has been taken out at the high premium rate. The IAB members concerned cannot wait the statutory 7 years to have you declared dead. Do what you will, Mr. Solinar, but I must take care I witness your death. From now on, I am with you wherever you go. Solinar smiled. I don't intend to die. Why should I die, Mr. Ermine? I have no idea, Mr. Solinar, but I know Courtright Burr's character, and isn't that he, seated there in the corner? The light is poor, but I think he is recognizable. Across the lounge, Burr raised his head and looked into Solinar's eyes. He raised a hand near his face, perhaps merely to signify greeting. Rufus Solinar faced front. A worthy opponent, Mr. Solinar, Ermine said. A persevering, unforgiving, ingenious man. And yet— Ermine seemed a little touched by bafflement. And yet it seems to me, Mr. Solinar, that he got you running rather easily. What did happen between you after my advisory call? Solinar turned a terrible smile on Ermine. I shot him to pieces. If you'd peel his face, you'd see. Ermine sighed. Up to this moment, I had thought perhaps you might still salvage your affairs. Pity, Mr. Ermine? Pity for the insane? Interest? I can take no part in your world. Be grateful, Mr. Solinar. I am not the same gullible man I was when I signed my contract with IAB so many years ago. Solinar laughed. Then he stole a glance at Burr's corner. The ship came down at Abernathy Field in Arisia, the terrestrial city. Industrialized, prefabricated, jerry-built and clamorous, the storm-proofed buildings huddled, but huddled proudly at the desert's edge. Low on the horizon was the Martian settlement, the buildings so skilfully blended with the landscape, so eroded, so much abandoned, that the uninformed eye saw nothing. Solinar had been to Mars on a tour. He had seen the natives in their nameless dwelling place, arrogant, venomous, and weak. He had been told by the paid guide they trafficked with Earthmen as much as they cared to, and kept to their place on the rim of Earth's encroachment, observing. Tell me, Ermine, Solinar said quietly as they walked across the terminal lobby. You're to kill me, aren't you, if I try to go on without you? A matter of procedure, Mr. Solinar, Ermine said evenly. We cannot risk the investment capital of so many IAB members. Solinar sighed. If I were any other member, how I would commend you, Mr. Ermine. Can we hire a car for ourselves, then, somewhere nearby? Going out to see the engineers? Ermine asked. Who would have thought they'd have something valuable for sale? I want to show them something, Solinar said. What thing, Mr. Solinar? They turned the corner of a corridor, with branching hallways here and there, not all of them busy. Come here, Solinar said, nodding toward one of them. They stopped out of sight of the lobby and the main corridor. Come on, Solinar said, a little further. No, Ermine said. This is farther than I really wish. It's dark here. "Why's too late, Mr. Ermine," Solonar said, his arms flashing out. One palm impacted against Ermine's solar plexus and the other against the muscle at the side of his neck, but not hard enough to kill. Ermine collapsed, starved for oxygen, while Solonar silently cursed having been cured of murder. Then Solonar turned and ran. Behind him, Ermine's body struggled to draw breath by reflex alone. Moving as fast as he dared, Solonar walked back and reached the taxi lock, pulling a respirator from a wall rack as he went. He flagged a car and gave his destination, looking behind him. He had seen nothing of Kortwright Burr since setting foot on Mars, but he knew that soon or late Burr would find him. A few moments later, Ermine got to his feet. Solonar's car was well away. Ermine shrugged and went to the local broadcasting station. He commandeered a private desk, a firearm, and immediate time on the IAB inter-office circuit to Earth. When his call acknowledgement had come back to him from his office there, he reported, "Solonar is en route to the Martian city. He wants a duplicate of Burr's device, of course, since he smashed the original when he killed Burr. I'll follow and make final disposition. The disorientation I reported previously is progressing rapidly. Almost all his responses now are inappropriate. On the flight out, he seemed to be staring at something in an empty seat. Quite often, when spoken to, he obviously hears something else entirely. I expect to catch one of the next few flights back." There was no point in waiting for comment to wend its way back from Earth. Ermine left. He went to a cab rank and paid the exorbitant fee for transportation outside Arisian city limits. Close at hand, the Martian city was like a welter of broken pots. Shards of wall and roof joined at savage angles and pointed to nothing. Underfoot, drifts of vitreous material, shaped to fit no sane configuration, and broken to fit such a mosaic as no church could contain, rocked and slid under Solonar's hurrying feet. What from Arisia had been a solid front of dun colour was here a facade of red, green, and blue splashed about centuries ago, and since then weathered only enough to show how bitter the colours once had been. The plum-coloured sky stretched over all this like a frigid membrane, and the wind blew and blew. Here and there, as he progressed, Solonar saw Martian arms and heads protruding from the rubble. Sculptures. He was moving toward the heart of the city, where some few unbroken structures persisted. At the top of a heap of shards, he turned to look behind him. There was the dust plume of his cab, returning to the city. He expected to walk back, perhaps to meet someone on the road, all alone on the Martian plain, if only Ermine would forbear from interfering. Searching the flat, thin-aired landscape, he tried to pick out the plodding dot of Kortwright Burr, but not yet. He turned and ran down the untrustworthy slope. He reached the edge of the maintained area. Here the rubble was gone, the ancient walks swept, the statues kept upright on their pediments. But only broken walls suggested the fronts of the houses that had stood here, knifing their sides up through the wind-rippled sand that only constant care kept off the street. The shadow houses fenced his way, and the sculptures were motionless as hope. Ahead of him, he saw the buildings of the engineers. There was no heap to climb, and looked to see if Ermine followed close behind. Sucking his respirator, he reached the building of the Martian engineers. A sounding strip ran down the door jamb. He scratched his fingernails sharply along it, and the magnified vibration, ducted through the hollow walls, rattled his plea for entrance. 5. The door opened, and Martians stood looking. They were spindly-limbed and slight, their faces framed by folds of leathery tissue. Their mouths were lipped with horn as hard as dentures, and pursed, forever ready to masticate. They were pleasant neither to look at, nor, Solinar knew, to deal with. But Courtright Burr had done it, and Solinar needed to do it. "Does anyone here speak English?" he asked. "Aye," said the Central Martian, his mouth opening to the sound, closing to end the reply. "I would like to deal with you. Whenever," the Martian said, and the group at the doorway parted deliberately to let Solinar in. Before the door closed behind him, Solinar looked back, but the rubble of the abandoned sectors blocked his line of sight into the desert. "What can you offer, and what do you want?" the Martian asked. Solinar stood half-ringed by them in a room whose corners he could not see in the uncertain light. "I offer you terrestrial currency." The English-speaking Martian, the Martian who had admitted to speaking English, turned his head slightly and spoke to his fellows. There were clacking sounds as his lips met. The others reacted variously, one of them suddenly gesturing with what seemed a disgusted flip of his arm before he turned without further word and stalked away, his shoulders looking like the shawled back of a very old and very hungry woman. "What did Burr give you?" Solinar asked. "Burr?" The Martian cocked his head. His eyes were not multifaceted, but gave that impression. "He was here, and he dealt with you, not long ago. On what basis?" "Burr. Yes, Burr gave us currency. We will take currency from you. For the same thing we gave him?" "For immortality, yes." This is a new word. "Is it? For the secret of not dying?" "Not dying? You think we have not dying for sale here?" The Martian spoke to the others again. Their lips clattered. Others left, like the first one had, moving with great precision and very slow step, and no remaining tolerance for Solinar. Solinar cried out, "What did you sell him then?" The principal engineer said, "We made an entertainment device for him. A little thing, this size." Solinar cupped his hands. "You have seen it, then?" "Yes. And nothing more? That was all he bought here?" "It was all we had to sell, or give. We don't yet know whether Earthmen will give us things in exchange for currency. We'll see when we next need something from Eresia." Solinar demanded, "How did it work, this thing you sold him?" "Oh, it lets people tell stories to themselves." Solinar looked closely at the Martian. "What kind of stories?" "Any kind," the Martian said blandly. "Burr told us what he wanted. He had drawings with him of an Earthman device that used pictures on a screen and broadcast sounds to carry the details of the story told to the auditor. He stole those patents. He couldn't have used them on Earth." "And why should he? Our device needs to convey no precise details. Any mind can make its own. It only needs to be put into a situation, and from there it can do all the work. If an auditor wishes a story of contact with other sexes, for example, the projector simply makes it seem to him, the next time he is with the object of his desire, that he is getting positive feedback, that he is arousing a similar response in that object. Once that has been established for him, the auditor may then leave the machine, move about normally, conduct his life as usual, but always in accordance with the basic situation. It is, you see, in the end a means of introducing system into his view of reality. Of course, his society must understand that he is not in accord with reality, for some of what he does cannot seem rational from an outside view of him. So some care must be taken, but not much. If many such devices were to enter his society, soon the circumstances would become commonplace, and the society would surely readjust to allow for it," said the English-speaking Martian. "The machine creates any desired situation in the auditor's mind?" "Certainly. There are simple predisposing tape that can be inserted as desired. Love, adventure, cerebration. It makes no difference." Several of the bystanders clacked sounds out to each other. Solinar looked at them narrowly. It was obvious there had to be more than one English speaker among these people. "And the device you gave Burr?" he asked the engineer, neither calmly nor hopefully. "What sort of stories could its auditors tell themselves?" The Martian cocked his head again. It gave him the look of an owl at a bedroom window. "Oh, there was one situation we were particularly instructed to include. Burr said he was thinking ahead to showing it to an acquaintance of his. It was a situation of adventure, an adventure with the fearful, and it was to end in loss and bitterness." The Martian looked even more closely at Solinar. "Of course, the device does not specify details. No one but the auditor can know what fearful thing inhabits his story, or precisely how the end of it would come. You would, I believe, be Rufus Solinar." Burr spoke of you and made the noise of laughing. Solinar opened his mouth, but there was nothing to say. "You want such a device?" the Martian asked. "We've prepared several since Burr left. He spoke of machines that would manufacture them in astronomical numbers. We, of course, have done our best with our poor hands." Solinar said, "I would like to look out your door." "Pleasure." Solinar opened the door slightly. Mr. Ehrman stood in the cleared street, motionless as the shadow buildings behind him. He raised one hand in a gesture of unfelt greeting as he saw Solinar, then put it back on the stock of his rifle. Solinar closed the door and turned to the Martian. "How much currency do you want?" "Oh, all you have with you. You peoples always have a good deal with you when you travel." Solinar plunged his hands into his pockets and pulled out his billfold, his change, his keys, his jeweled radio, whatever was there. He rummaged out onto the floor, listening to the sounds of rolling coins. "I wish I had more here," he laughed. "I wish I had the amount that man out there is going to recover when he shoots me." The Martian engineer cocked his head. "But your dream is over, Mr. Solinar," he clacked dryly. "Isn't it?" "Quite so. But you to your purposes, and I to mine. Now give me one of those projectors, and set it to predispose a situation I am about to specify to you. Take however long it needs. The audience is a patient one." He laughed, and tears gathered in his eyes. Mr. Ehrman waited, isolated from the cold, listening to hear whether the rifle stock was slipping out of his fingers. He had no desire to go into the Martian building after Solinar and involve third parties. All he wanted was to put Solinar's body under a dated marker with as little trouble as possible. Now and then he walked a few paces backward and forward to keep from losing muscular control at his extremities because of low skin temperature. Solinar must come out soon enough. He had no food supply with him, and though Ehrman did not like the risk of engaging a man like Solinar in a starvation contest, there was no doubt that a man with no taste for fuel could outlast one with the acquired reflexes of eating. The door opened, and Solinar came out. He was carrying something. Perhaps a weapon. Ermine let him come closer while he raised and carefully sighted his rifle. Solinar might have some Martian weapon, or he might not. Ermine did not particularly care. If Ermine died, he would hardly notice it. Far less than he would notice a botched ending to a job of work already soiled by Solinar's break away at the space field. If Ermine died, some other SPRO agent would be assigned almost immediately. No matter what happened, SPRO would stop Solinar before he ever reached Abernathy Field. So there was plenty of time to aim an unhurried, clean shot. Solinar was closer now. He seemed to be in a very agitated frame of mind. He held out whatever he had in his hand. It was another one of the Martian entertainment machines. Solinar seemed to be offering it as a token to Ermine. Ermine smiled. "What can you offer me, Mr. Solinar?" he said, and shot. The golden ball rolled away over the sand. "There now," Ermine said. "Now, wouldn't you sooner be me than you? And where is the thing that made the difference between us?" He shivered. He was chilly. Sand was blowing against his tender face, which had been somewhat abraded during his long wait. He stopped, transfixed. He lifted his head. Then, with a great swing of his arms, he sent the rifle whirling away. "The wind!" he sighed into the thin air. "I feel the wind!" He leapt into the air, and sand flew away from his feet as he landed. He whispered to himself, "I feel the ground!" He stared in tremblant joy at Solinar's empty body. "What have you given me?" Full of his own rebirth, he swung his head up at the sky again, and cried in the direction of the sun, "Oh, you squeezing, nibbling people who made me incorruptible and thought that was the end of me!" With love he buried Solinar, and with reverence he put up the marker. But he had plans for what he might accomplish with the facts of this transaction, and the myriad others he was privy to. A sharp bit of pottery had penetrated the sole of his shoe and gashed his foot, but he, not having seen it, hadn't felt it. Nor would he see it or feel it even when he changed his stockings, for he had not noticed the wound when it was made. It didn't matter. In a few days it would heal, though not as rapidly as if it had been properly attended to. Vaguely, he heard the sound of Martians clacking behind the closed door as he hurried out of the city, full of revenge and reverence for his saviour.
The End. Subscribe for your daily stories of futures past. And now, for the next story. Biddy and the Silver Man by E.K. Jarvis, which is a shared pseudonym. We do not know who the author is, but it has been misattributed to Harlan Ellison. Mr. Ellison himself has stated he did not write this story. Originally published in Fantastic, February 1957. Narrated by Tom Trussel. It was a typical blazing Arizona day. Pitiless sun distorting the desert and making Sage Bend look like a toy town off in the distance. Sage Bend and the surrounding desert were bone-dry, furnace-hot, and generally depressing, but there were compensations. Buck liked it, and Biddy liked it because it was a country where a small crippled girl and a tiny burro could go almost anywhere they pleased without danger. Biddy was 12. Polio had struck during her 10th year, necessitating a clumsy brace on her left leg. Thus it was a little difficult to play with the children of Sage Bend,
and so Biddy's father had brought Buck in from the Circle 7 ranch to be her companion. Buck was a shaggy philosophical burro with ears almost as long as his legs. He was gentle, rugged, and small enough for Biddy to mount all by herself. Reliable, too. Buck would take Biddy anywhere she wanted to go, but he insisted on getting home to the little corral behind the house at a reasonable hour, so there was never any coming in after dark. There were many places around Sage Bend where a child and a burro could go. Up in the foothills where Hoppy chased the bad men with Biddy and Buck racing along in front of the posse, or to the caves and arroyos where an ogre or a giant sometimes captured a handsome prince and held him until Biddy and Buck came along to rescue him. They knew all the fascinating and magical places, these two, and they were now headed for a flat next to King Arthur's castle, where there would be jousting that afternoon. Biddy said, "We'll have to hurry back. We mustn't keep Sir Launcelot waiting, or he won't toss us his handkerchief as he goes into the lists." Buck wigwagged complete understanding with his ears and increased his speed not 1 iota. But he signified that there was plenty of time and that they would make it. "It will be a wonderful tourney, Buck, with all the knights and ladies." Buck agreed as he pattered up the gulch toward the ridges, his absurd little legs twinkling. "A wonderful day, and— Wait a minute, Buck." Buck stopped and flopped his ears while Biddy stared thoughtfully at the ridge. Biddy stared for quite a while with a little frown between her blue eyes. Then she looked all around as though to reassure herself of her location. "There's a cave up there, Buck." The news failed to stir any great interest in the burro. "It wasn't there before. That's the place where Roy Rogers caught those rustlers and licked all 4 of them single-handed. There were some rocks, but not any cave." Biddy looked about swiftly, and a tiny prickle touched the back of her neck, and then was gone. It was so quiet around here, so suddenly still and waiting-like. But that was foolish. It was always still up here in the ridges, except for a horny toad maybe scraping faintly on a rock, or a little dust devil stirring the dry grass as it stood on its tail and whirled. Always quiet, and she was being foolish. Roy or Hoppy or Davy Crockett wouldn't sit there half afraid. Biddy said, "Let's go, Buck," and urged the burro to the left toward the rocks. The cave was clearly visible from the foot of the big boulders, and Biddy waited for some moments before she slid off Buck and began climbing the hill. Her leg brace impeded her progress somewhat and clicked every time she took a step. "No, it couldn't have been here before," she said. "That spot was just a wall in the rock. That was where Roy Rogers fell back and was real groggy for a minute after the bad man smashed a 10-pound boulder right down on his head." But obviously there was no solid rock wall now. Instead, a rectangular opening, clean and even as though cut out of soft butter with a sharp knife. Biddy moved resolutely forward. 10 feet from the opening, she stopped and glanced back at Buck for moral support. Buck slapped at a fly with his left ear and closed his eyes and gave all the moral support he had. Biddy stiffened her little chin and went on. It was a cave, all right, but the fact of its being was overshadowed by what it contained. There was plenty of light to see without going inside, and Biddy stood in the entrance and stared wide-eyed. The main thing inside was a big box with funny knobs and dials on it, a box of some kind of shining metal that almost hurt your eyes when you looked at it. There were other things too, a lot of wires, and a funny-looking chair, and a thing that might have been a loudspeaker of some kind, maybe. Biddy's mind raced. The Eastern Bloc? She turned her eyes up into the sky where she could just make out the space station up there 1,000 miles away, going round the earth like another moon, watching day and night to see to it the people and the children of the Western Bloc were always safe. Maybe this box belonged to the Eastern Bloc. They had their own space station, but Biddy was just ready to bet they wanted to do something to ours. Maybe this was some kind of a machine they sneaked in here and built that would blow up our station. A pretty mean thing to do, but the Eastern Bloc did all kinds of mean things. Biddy was suddenly frightened, real frightened, not just play frightened, because what if the men would come out of the cave or from someplace and tie her up and not let her go back and tell Pop and Mum what she had seen? Then the space station would be blown up, and not even Davy Crockett could help, because this wasn't like on television where people got killed, but not really. This was serious. Biddy turned slowly, hoping now that the silence would stay as it was and not break into the sound of heavy boots coming after her. It was awfully hard, but she went back down the hill slowly, because that when she went fast her brace rattled and made a lot of noise. It seemed like a very long time before she was on Buck, urging him out of the arroyo and back towards Sage Bend, and she got a little annoyed at how calmly Buck took it, ambling along at his usual rate and not at all impressed by the danger. But then, what could you do with a stupid old burro that didn't even know how to wear armour properly, and always shook the plume off his helmet and ate it? Dan Parker was tired. He held the jeep on the rutty road from the Circle 7 to Sage Bend and thought of the cold bottle of beer that was waiting for him at home. This 12-mile drive every morning and night was rough, but what could a man do? A man couldn't put his wife and kid in a bunkhouse with a dozen hands, and there was no other place for Jane and Biddy at the ranch. The house in Sage Bend wasn't so bad, though. The rent was cheap, and there were a few friends Jane could talk to. Dan wiped the dried sweat off his face and wondered why it cost so damn much just to live. Of course, in his case, there was a reason. A big reason. Biddy getting hit with polio had cleaned him out and put him in debt. Not that he begrudged it, of course. She was alive, and that was the main thing. That damned brace cut him every time he looked at it, but she was alive and healthy again. He had no complaints, even if it took him the next 10 years to pay off. He was lucky in a lot of ways. Being foreman at the Circle 7 paid little enough, but it was still better than an ordinary cowhand's pay. And young Davy getting hit with polio in spite of all the serums about the same time it had clubbed Biddy down. Funny how bad luck for some was good luck for others. Davy getting hit was tragedy for the boy and for old Sam Tabor, his father. But it had been good luck for Dan Parker, because if Davy hadn't been crippled, he'd be foreman himself, and Dan Parker getting straight hand money. Yeah, bad luck for some, good luck for others. Not that he gloried in Davy's misfortune, but a man had to look out for his own, and the cards had just fallen that way. Sage Bend came into sight, and as Dan approached, he saw a plodding figure in the middle of the road moving in the same direction. The sight irritated Dan. Even when he got close enough to see the white cane tapping on ahead of the shuffling feet, he was still irritated. Why did Art Haney have to be like that? He was blind, sure, and everybody felt sorry for him. But he didn't have to rub it in your face. He could hear the jeep coming, and could move over out of the way. But no, he had to stay smack where he was until you pulled to a dead stop and honked. Then he would jump as though you just missed running him down and cower on the side of the road. Didn't want anybody to miss the fact that he was blind and helpless, as if they could. Dan stopped and honked and watched Art put on his pathetic little act and felt guilty because it didn't stir him. Maybe he was hardened, but what the hell? Every time you came down the road, there's a limit. Dan called, "Hi, Art." The answering voice had a falsetto that sounded fake, "Oh, it's you, Dan. Blind man can't tell a thing like that." "Want to ride into town?" No, I'll hobble along and make it myself. A blind man doesn't like to think he's dependent on everybody. Tries to do the best he can." "Okay, see you later." "Sure, but I won't see you, Dan. Could have once, but can't any more." Dan Parker jammed down the gas pedal, and the jeep rammed forward, kicking up a cloud of dust that left Art Haney coughing. Dan immediately felt guilty. Mean trick, but he hadn't done it on purpose. Just thoughtless. He rolled the jeep into town and lifted a hand as he passed the jail. Cecil Bates, sheriff of the county, lifted one in return, but his expression never changed. Sour. That was the word, Dan thought. Cecil felt himself wasted in a country sheriff's job. Fancied himself of big town caliber, but all he did was park on a chair in front of the jail and think about it. Sour was the word all right. In fact, Dan thought, sour was the word for the whole damn town of Sage Bend. Come to think of it, there wasn't a happy person in the place. Except Biddy. Dan parked the jeep and went in the house and got a bottle of beer out of the refrigerator. He went on through and out into the backyard where Jane was taking down the last of the wash. Damn! It seemed women were always washing. Come home and every time they were hanging clothes or taking them down. He stopped in the doorway and looked at Jane. Looked to actually see her, which was not the same as the ordinary-looking people usually did. There was a stoop in her slim shoulders, and something in the way she carried her body. Tired-like. She'd been so juiced pretty when he'd married her. So pretty he'd just have to have her, and that was the only way. Why kid himself? He'd married her because he wanted her, and love, if there really was such a thing, had come afterward. But it had come. Or maybe it was habit. Anyhow, he couldn't think of life anymore except in terms of Jane and Biddy. But it would be nice if just one more time, just one night, there could be the old spark, the old breathless fire that flamed so briefly and had now smouldered down into a sort of tired consideration, an habitual companionship with each knowing the other's habits and likings and responding automatically. But what the hell? What could you expect in this day and age? With tension for breakfast and dinner and supper, with those two space stations floating around up there waiting to blow the world up, watching day and night. There was little room to think of anything else. Jane turned with an armful of clothes and saw him. Her smile was a quick upturning of her lips, and then it was gone. "Home, dear? Have a hard day?" "Rough. We moved 300 head in from the North Range to the loading platforms." Jane pushed past him and laid the clothes on the kitchen table. She straightened and pushed a wisp of hair out of her eyes. 300 head? That's quite a few. What are they worth apiece, Dan?" "Around $250, probably." "And with all that money, old Sam can't give you a little raise. I think it's a sin." "It isn't clear money, hon. Not by any means." "All the same?" Dan caught her as he tried to pass and kissed her. She responded, after a fashion, but when it was over, it was over. "I've got to get the potatoes on. You go sit on the front porch. I'll call you." "Where's Biddy?" Jane stopped with a gesture of frustration, as though this was something she'd forgotten. "Oh, that child. I sent her to her room, Dan." "To her room? Why?" "I just had to. We've got to do something about that imagination of hers. She can't separate reality from fantasy any more." "What was it this time?" "Something about a cave up in the ridges with a big metal box in it. The Eastern Bloc is going to use it to blow our station out of the sky." Dan shrugged. "Kids live in their own world, honey. Isn't sending her to her room a little rough?"
"I had to. She was going down to tell Cecil Bates about it. Can you imagine what—"
Dan laughed. "He'd have probably arrested her for spreading rumours. I'll take her out on the porch and talk to her, okay?"
"Just so you keep her out of my hair till I get supper ready."
Dan opened the door of Biddy's room and said, "Hi, Pigeon. Hot in there?"
"Not bad, Pop. There's a breeze through the window."
The gruesome leg brace smote him as usual, and his inward tightening against it was so habitual that he hardly noticed the slight tension of his chest muscles. He said, "How about coming out on the porch and telling me all about this cave?"
"Is it all right with Mum?"
"Mm-hmm. I fixed it."
"She told you about the cave and the box?"
"Just mentioned it in passing. Told me to get the details from you." He picked her up and carried her out front, where they sat down side by side on the front steps and looked out across the miserable little desert town. Dan's eyes fell on the tavern front over near the depot. There would be at least 6 drunks in there, and after sundown there would be foremen from the ranches round about, talking them into going back to work.
"The cave wasn't there before?"
"It wasn't?"
"No. It's the place I always played Roy Rogers, but I went there yesterday and there was a door in the rock."
"The door was open?"
"Wide open. I went inside and there was a big shiny box in there."
Maybe a man was better off in the city, in the war plants. "Well, what do you know about that?"
"Pop, you aren't listening."
"Oh, yes, I am."
"But you don't believe me."
"I sure do."
"The box had a lot of tubes and dials on it."
"Of course. Now they'd taken the profit out of war, there wasn't much more money there either, unless you worked 15 hours a day." "Was Roy there waiting for you?"
"Pop, it wasn't make-believe. The box was really there, and the Eastern Bloc is going to use it to wreck our space station."
"They'd better not." That was another thing. If the blow ever fell, and all the brains thought it was sure to, a man had better have his family as far from a city as possible.
"I thought maybe they would capture Buck and me so we couldn't tell on them, but there wasn't anybody there. We got away all right."
"Not that it would do much good. The radiation would get everybody eventually. Maybe it would be better to be killed quick and get it over with."
"Pop, I'm not fibbing to you."
Dan roused himself from his sombre thoughts. "I know you're not, honey. Listen, let's go out and give Buck some water, and about that time Mum will have supper ready. What do you say?" Biddy sighed.
"All right, Pop."
The sun blazed down on the desert just as it had yesterday and would do tomorrow. Biddy sat on the dozing Buck and looked across the rocks at the place she had first seen the doorway. It had taken a lot of courage to come back here after being so scared before, and after nobody had believed her. They'd said there hadn't been any door at all, that she'd only been make-believing. And maybe, just maybe, they had been right, because there wasn't any door there now. Biddy urged Buck on up the slope. She went fearfully at first, then with more courage, because everything looked very quiet and peaceful, really. Maybe the horrid people from the Eastern Bloc had realized how silly it was, trying to blow up our station, and had packed up and gone home. It wasn't scary at all now. Biddy urged Buck right up to the wall, and he stood there with his eyes half closed, catching a nap. And that was good, because you couldn't fool animals about people. If there had been anyone around, Buck would have known, all right. "Hello, little girl." A chill went through Biddy, not the cold kind, the tickly kind, as she turned and saw the man. Buck turned and saw him too, and then went back to sleep. The speaker was a man, and Biddy wondered how on earth she could have missed him. He was sitting on a rock beside the place the doorway had been, and while Biddy wanted to be scared and thought she ought to be scared, she wasn't able to feel that way about the man at all. He got up from his rock and stood there smiling at her. He was very tall, taller than Pop, who was no shorty himself, and had a kind of yellow hair that was thick and curly. There seemed to be a shiny circle around the hair, but then Biddy saw that was just the sun and the way the man was standing. It was hard to say how old the man really was. He was about like Pop, but in some ways he seemed a lot younger than that, and in some ways much older. It was very confusing. He was kind of slim, but he had a lot of muscle too. Probably the way Davy Crockett would look with his shirt off, maybe. Biddy raised one leg, and the man said, "Need any help?"
No, I can make it all right."
"That horse seems to be built right to your size." Biddy laughed.
"Buck's not a horse."
"He's not? Or should I say, she's not?" This man was so funny.
"Buck's a boy."
"Oh,
"And he's a burro, not a horse."
"Well, what do you know about that? Can you imagine me calling him a horse? Will you pardon me?" Biddy took a couple of steps toward the man, then stopped uncertainly.
Are you?"
"Why don't you come over here and sit down with me?"
Is it all right?"
"I don't know why not."
"I thought maybe you were from the Eastern Bloc."
That was foolish, of course. Nobody as nice as this man could be from the horrid East. "No, I'm not from there." The man's clear grey eyes were on Biddy's brace as she approached.
"Then where are you from?"
That seemed to take a little thought. "Well, let's say I'm from the Sky Block."
"There is a Sky Block?"
"Oh, yes, a very big, big one. After all, the sky is very big, isn't it?"
"Yes, that's right. But what are you doing here?"
That was obviously an even tougher one to answer. "Oh, I've got a little job to do."
"You aren't going to blow up our space station, are you?"
"No, that is, I hope not."
"You mean that maybe you will?"
The man's smile said everything was going to be all right, and because little girls understood smiles and believed them even more than words, it wasn't necessary to go into the subject any further.
"What's your name?"
The man said some funny word that Biddy couldn't understand. She laughed, and he laughed too, and then said, "Why don't you call me Joe? That's a nice easy name to remember."
"It's a nice name. Do you live in the cave there, where the shiny box is?"
The smile left Joe's face. "You were inside the cave?"
"Yesterday. You left the door open."
"Yes, I'm staying there for a while." Joe changed the subject quickly. "What's the matter with your leg?"
"I had polio."
"Polio? You were sick?"
"Yes, I was very sick, but I didn't die, so I was very lucky. I only had my leg get so I can't use it."
"Only that, eh?" Joe mused, and seemed intensely interested in the brace. What a crude conception of efficiency. And when Biddy asked, "What?" he said, "Oh, nothing. May I look at that mechanism?"
"You mean my brace?"
"Yes." Biddy came close, and the man concentrated on the brace. A sec that Biddy thought he was more interested in her leg. His hands were very gentle, and then he looked up suddenly and said, "How would you like to see the things I have inside the cave, child?"
"You can call me Biddy if you want to. My name is Ruth, but Biddy's my nickname."
"It's a nice one. Let's go inside." Joe had a small thing on his shirt. It was only when he reached up and touched it, and the door of the cave swung open, that Biddy noticed the peculiar way he was dressed. And it was strange, she thought, that she hadn't even seen the tight-fitting silver-coloured shirt and the pants that were silver too, and almost like skin, they were so tight to his legs. But even in noticing them now, Biddy didn't say anything, because they really weren't strange at all. Not when Joe wore them. Joe took her hand and led her into the cave. He said, "Now don't be afraid. None of this is made to hurt little girls."
"What's it for?"
"It's called a primary relay station."
"Like our space station?"
"No, not exactly. This station hasn't any guns. At least it hasn't the kind of guns you know about."
"I'm glad. I'm afraid of atom and hydro shells. They kill people and poison them and make them suffer."
"This station doesn't do that. It reaches out into space and brings in all kinds of power. It's a magnet, you might say."
"What are you going to do with the power you bring in, Joe?"
"Now that's a very interesting question," Joe smiled. "Maybe we'll tickle little girls with it." Biddy laughed.
"You're just joking with me."
"No, I'm not. Tell you what we'll do. Suppose I give you a little sample."
"That would be fun."
Joe seemed to be wondering about the machine in the cave with one part of his mind and talking to Biddy with the other. Not wondering exactly, but kind of like Pop when he tried to rig the Jeep up to pull that big rock out of the backyard by just turning the back wheels. Pop had done it too. He was smart about making things do the things they hadn't been built to do, and Joe looked as though he was trying to do the same thing with his machine. Joe said, "Why don't you sit right here, Biddy, on this chair? Then we'll take this wire and fasten it there, so, and this one here." The wires were very shiny, and Biddy thought they must be silver, or maybe platinum. Joe gave her one to hold in her left hand, and she asked,
"When does the tickle start?"
"Right away now." Joe sat down in front of a board covered with switches and dials and studied for a while. Then he said, "Close your eyes, Biddy, and imagine you're far up in the sky. That buck has wings, and is carrying you clear over the mountains. Just think that, and don't open your eyes." Biddy closed her eyes tight, and imagined Buck with great big wings, and she laughed in her mind because the wings were bigger than Buck was, and he looked back at them and stamped his feet. But they worked, and she felt Buck lift her right off the ground and up into the sky. They were really flying. They sailed ever so far over the desert and over the purple mountains Pop said he'd take her to see some day. It was very peaceful and cool so high up in the air, and such a funny feeling in her body, as though going up in the sky was really waking up, and like all the people down on the ground were really asleep. So much warmth and feeling and tingly happiness came into her legs and arms and body that she could hardly hold it all. Hardly hold it all. Hardly hold it. "Wake up, Biddy." Biddy opened her eyes. She was still sitting in the chair, but all the wires were gone, and Joe was standing there looking down at her and smiling. Biddy said,
"Oh, I must have taken a nap."
"That's right. It was good for you. And now you'd better get along home, or your parents will be worried about you."
"Why don't you come with me? You can have supper with us."
"Not tonight, Biddy. Some other time." Biddy got up, and they walked hand in hand to where Buck was waiting. Joe walking very slow, because with her brace Biddy couldn't go very fast. Joe lifted her onto Buck, and she waved goodbye as they went down the slope and away from the rocks. She waved again, just as Joe and the cave and the wall went out of sight. She was sorry to see him disappear. She got home a little late. Pop was already home, and Mum was cross. Mum said, "Biddy,
If you stay away like this again, I'll just take that burro away from you.
Biddy knew Mum wouldn't, of course, but it scared her just the same, and she didn't say anything about Joe. That was just as well, she thought, as she washed up for supper. Mum and Pop didn't believe about the cave, so they would not believe about Joe either, and the nice ride up in the sky on Buck. Pop was already at the table when Biddy came in, and Mum was sitting down. Biddy hobbled across the room, and Pop looked up and said, "You mustn't be late again, Biddy."
"I won't, Pop."
Pop had looked back down at his food. Then he jerked his eyes up sharply and back to Biddy as she came to her chair and pulled it out and sat down. Mum was putting potatoes on Biddy's plate, and Pop just sat there and stared at her, motionless. He didn't say anything or do anything, and finally Mum said, "Dan, what on earth's gotten into you? Something wrong with the meat?" Pop laid his fork down and said, "Get up, Biddy."
"What, Pop?"
"I said, get up."
"But, Pop, I didn't mean to be late. Don't take Buck away from me, please."
Pop frowned and made an impatient motion with his hand. "Oh, stop it. Just get up and walk around the table and let me look at you." Mum was looking at Pop, kind of puzzled, as Biddy got up and did as she'd been told. Pop bent over and looked at her brace and her leg. He ran his hand over her leg, his frown getting deeper and his face more bewildered. Suddenly he picked Biddy up and carried her into the bedroom and laid her on the bed. Without saying a word, he began unbuckling the brace, and was just lifting it away when Mum came in. Mum said, "Dan, have you lost your mind?" Pop gave her a quick, almost savage look, and then turned back to Biddy. He picked Biddy up and put her on her feet and said, "Now, I want you to walk over to the dresser." Mum said, "Dan, for heaven's sake!" Pop barked back fiercely. "Can't you see it? Are you blind? Her leg's thicker and bigger. It isn't shorter than the other one any more." Then Biddy walked straight over to the dresser, as though there had never been anything wrong with her leg at any time in her short life. She touched the dresser, and then took her hand away, and laughed and walked back. Pop bellowed, "Can't you see? Her leg's healed!" And Mum let out a kind of strangled cry, and fainted dead away on the bed. Dan Parker sat on a chair facing the lounge where Biddy sat close beside Jane. Dan leaned forward and said, "Now just once more, baby, tell us what the man did." Jane said, "Dan, the child's exhausted. She's told us everything she knows." "She might have missed something. He had some sort of a diathermy machine in his cave."
"What's diathermy, Pop?"
"Never mind that. He fastened some wires from this machine to your leg, and after a while you went to sleep. Can't you remember anything else?" Biddy yawned.
"Nothing except he was very nice and said he came from the sky block."
Jane lifted Biddy in her arms. "I'm going to put her to bed. Nothing can be done until morning anyhow. Poor baby." Dan sat staring at the wall until Jane returned. She came and laid a hand on his shoulder, and he looked up, and his thoughts were suddenly arrested. It was as though Jane had dropped years from her age. The old glow was in her eyes, a soft wonder, a new happiness. The realization impressed him, but was lost to the new anxiety that was swiftly rising in his mind. Jane said, "Isn't it wonderful, darling? I can't understand it, but I've seen Biddy's leg, and I don't care how it happened. I don't care if the man in the hills is true or a part of her imagination. The cure is real, and I've never been so happy." "I think he's genuine. He has to be, and tomorrow we'll find out about him, but—"
"But what, Dan?"
"I was just thinking." Jane sat down on his knee and put an arm around his shoulders.
"Dan, you don't seem too happy about it. I don't understand why."
Dan Parker looked at his wife and said, "There's another angle to it, Jane."
"Another angle?"
If there is such a man as Biddy describes, and he cured her deformity, then he can cure the deformities of others too. Jane was puzzled.
I suppose that's true.
He could cure young Davy Tabor.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
I suppose so, but then Davy will take over the foreman's job at the Circle 7, my job. Jane got up from her husband's knee. There was horror in her look.
Dan, do you mean you'd let so small a thing as that influence you in—
Dan Parker sprang up also. Small? You know we could not get along on a cowhand's salary. We'd starve to death, and I'm no good for anything but ranch work. It's all I know.
Dan, please.
He turned suddenly contrite, somewhat ashamed, but in a way he stuck to his guns. Sure, I suppose it's rotten of me to think that way, but I've got you and Biddy to provide for. You two are my responsibility. It may not mean anything to you having people say Dan Parker can't support his family, but it means a lot to me. Jane looked at him quietly for a long moment before she said,
Dan, I just haven't any words. What you're thinking is almost evil, the way you feel about this. But I can't think of a logical answer or argument to show you where you're wrong. The thing's just beyond words.
Dan dropped to the lounge and sat staring at the floor. I guess I'm a pretty rotten individual. Jane spoke quietly.
The only thing I can say, darling, is that we'll always get along. We always have.
Well, I can't do anything about it anyhow. Let's go to bed.
Of course. You'll feel better in the morning, Dan. By that time you'll realize what's actually happened. Biddy's been made whole. There's been a miracle, darling.
That's right. A miracle. Biddy awoke very early. There was a funny little fluttery fear inside her, and she lay for a while trying to find out what it was. There wasn't anything to be afraid of, nothing she could think of. Nobody had. She sat up and moved both her legs off the bed and put her feet on the floor. Then she remembered that her left one was all right again, and she forgot all about hunting for where the fear came from. She was too completely happy to worry about it. She got out of bed and dressed and tiptoed through the living room, being very quiet. When she got outside, there was a faint streak of dawn in the east, and she almost laughed aloud at the wonderful feeling that came from the cool, sharp morning air, the dead pre-dawn stillness, and not having to hobble along with the old brace on her leg. Buck flopped his ears and seemed a little annoyed at having to get up so early, but he finally agreed to come out of the corral and take Biddy up to the ridges. Even without any breakfast, so Biddy knew that regardless of his seeming sullenness, he felt pretty good too. Biddy didn't quite get out of town unseen. There was someone else up early too. Cecil Bates came slowly up the main street, and as Buck approached him it was light enough for him to look at Biddy and say, "Wait a minute, honey. You forgot something."
"Good morning, Mr. Bates. No, I don't think so."
"Your brace, Biddy. How in Hades did you get on that burro without it?"
"Oh, I don't need it any more. A man fixed my leg yesterday."
"A who? Did what?"
"A very nice man up in the hills. He has a shiny box, and he had me hold some wires, and now my leg is all healed up again."
"What man are you talking about?"
"He has a cave up there. At first I thought he was from the Eastern Bloc and was one of our enemies, but he's from space or somewhere, and he's very good." Cecil Bates stared at Biddy's leg, and then came close and put his hands on it. Biddy didn't like that very much, and she kicked a heel into Bucks's ribs and said, "I've got to go now, Mr. Bates. It's going to be a very nice day, isn't it? Goodbye." She rode away, leaving the sheriff standing wide-eyed in the middle of the street with his mouth open. As she moved out of town, she looked back uneasily, the nameless fear nagging at her again. She had the feeling of having done or said something wrong, but she wasn't sure what.
The east brightened into fresh dawn as Buck pattered along toward the ridges. Biddy had never been up so early before, and she thought it was wonderful, but her happiness was dampened a little by the fact that she'd gone off without asking Mum. That was wrong, she thought, and maybe Mum would be angry. But Biddy's thoughts were mainly occupied with wondering why she had done it. She hadn't consciously wanted to deceive Mum, but something she could not really understand had made her sneak off so quietly. The same thing that made her uneasy about telling Mr. Bates what had happened. Then the ridges were close, and she could see the rocks and the place the doorway should be. The door was closed, and Biddy guessed that Joe didn't get up very early either. She rode as close as she could, and was just about to call out his name when a pair of hands lifted her and swung her off Buck and set her on her feet. And Joe was saying, "Hello there, youngster. Up pretty early, aren't you?" Biddy wasn't even frightened at his appearing that way from nowhere. At least that was how he had seemed to appear. She said,
"I woke up, and I wanted to come out and thank you for fixing my leg."
"That wasn't necessary."
"Have you had breakfast?"
"Not yet. I was up early, too, and I was just sitting out here, doing some thinking."
"Are you expecting to eat breakfast soon?"
"Right now, as a matter of fact. You wait, I'll bring it out." Joe touched the small thing on his shirt. The cave door opened, and he went inside and came out very shortly with a tray that he set down on a rock. Biddy looked at the tray and said, "That's awfully funny food." "Funny?"
"Uh-huh. It doesn't look like any kind I ever saw before."
"Well, you just try it, and see if you don't like it." Biddy picked up one of the little white sticks and bit off an end. She chewed it warily, then with relish.
"It's very good. Where did you get it?"
"I brought it with me." They ate in silence for a while. Then Joe said, "Biddy, what do your mother and father think of the Eastern Bloc?" Biddy looked up in surprise.
"Why, they hate it, of course. Everybody hates the Eastern Bloc because they're mean and cruel."
"What do the people of your town expect to happen?"
"With the Eastern Bloc?"
"Yes."
"Everybody knows we'll have to fight them some day. We built a space station, and so they had to go and build one too, and they want to wreck our station, so they'll have the only one. And when they do, the big war will start."
"And I suppose the Eastern Bloc knows you want to wreck their space station."
"Why, they can't think that, because we had one first, and we could have stopped them from building one, but we didn't, because we aren't mean like they are."
"I see." Joe thought that over very carefully for a long time, and then all the food on the tray was gone, and Biddy said,
"What's the sky block like, Joe?"
"The sky block?"
"That's where you said you came from."
"Oh, yes. Well, it's a little hard to describe. It's very big, and I think probably you'd like it if you ever went there."
"Did they send you away?"
"Not exactly. They sent me down here to do something."
"What do you have to do?"
"I have to talk to some people."
"What people do you have to talk to?"
"I'm not quite sure yet. I haven't made up my mind."
"When will you make up your mind?"
Joe considered Biddy's questions gravely, as though each one was very important. "I'm not quite sure. That machine in the cave isn't just to make little girls' legs well. It does other things. It tunes in on thought waves just the way your television sets tunes in on pictures."
"You mean it tells you what people are thinking about?"
"In a way, it does. And after a while, I'll look at the things the machine has recorded, and then I'll decide what I have to do or say." There was silence while Biddy's mind went off on another track. Pretty soon she said,
"Joe, there's a boy named Davy. Well, he isn't a boy really, he's almost a man, and his leg is like mine was. He can't walk on it either." Does he live in Sage Bend? No, he lives on the ranch where my pop works. I think it would be awfully nice if you fixed his leg too. Perhaps I can. Biddy clapped her hands and looked at Joe through bright eyes. I think you're wonderful, Joe, just wonderful. And there's old Mr. Haney. He's blind, so maybe you could... Joe laughed. Now wait a minute, Biddy. I'm no miracle man. I can't reconstruct people's minds. But Mr. Haney's mind is fine. It's just his eyes that are no good. I'm afraid you are wrong about that. Do you know Mr. Haney? Not exactly. I've wandered around a little, and I met him while he was taking a walk. Then you know how bad it is to be blind. Yes, but you don't understand, Biddy. I wouldn't be helping Mr. Haney. I'd be hurting him. Hurting him? Yes. Mr. Haney is far happier the way he is than if he had his sight back. With his eyes functioning, he'd be just like anyone else. That's what he wants. No, he doesn't. Being blind makes him different, and he's grown to depend on that difference as a staff of comfort. He lives on the sympathy he gets from people who can see. Mr. Haney doesn't know it himself, but he would be very miserable if we gave him back his sight. As I said, Biddy, I can't change people's minds. I'm no miracle man. That's what Mum and Pop said happened to me. A miracle. Was that right, Joe? No, Biddy. You see, where I come from, we're a little further ahead in some scientific developments than the people down here. The expansion and reconstruction of bone and tissue isn't very difficult when you know how and have the right sonic frequencies to work with. I see, Biddy answered gravely, although she didn't see at all. But what about Davy Tabor? He doesn't really want to be crippled, does he? I doubt it. Maybe we'll have a chance to see. The town of Sage Bend was in an uproar. The crowd, if the few dozen persons who resided there could be called a crowd, were milling in front of Dan Parker's house. They had seen some excitement and wanted to see more. It had started before dawn, with Cecil Bates standing alone in the street, watching Biddy ride off. When she had gone beyond his sight, his confusion and consternation fused into a clear-cut thought. He'd be triply damned if that heel Dan Parker hadn't been playing on the sympathy of the town all this time. Ever since Biddy had been brought back from the hospital in Phoenix, could you beat it? Putting a brace on a kid's leg and making her wear it around town, so people around town would be sorry for him. But why? What end did it serve? Then Cecil knew. Not the townspeople. Of course not. Sam Tabor was the target of Dan's rotten plan. Who'd ever think a man would be so scared of his job he'd make his own daughter act a cripple in order to keep it? Well, he wouldn't get away with it any longer. Cecil fairly vibrated with the importance he felt within himself at having come upon this secret. He'd show this town. So they thought he was just a slob who sat in front of the jailhouse all day, did they? Just a bouncer to take drunks out of the tavern and sober them up behind bars. He'd show them they had to get up pretty early to get the wool over Cecil Bates's eyes and keep it there. Nick Sanford was just coming down to open his lunch counter in case any late drinkers wanted an early cup of coffee. Cecil hurried in that direction. Nick unlocked the door and said, "Hi, Cece. Up early, ain't you?" "Early enough to find out what's been going on around here." "Something happen?" "You're damn tootin' something's been happening. Met the little Parker girl riding out on her burro." "So early? Where was she going?" "Not important. The important thing was she didn't have her leg brace on." "Come on in while I make coffee." Bates followed Nick inside and said, "Didn't you hear me? I said she didn't have her leg brace on." "Why not?" "Because she didn't need it.
She's never needed it. Her leg's as good as yours or mine." "You must be joking." "Did I ever joke, Nick?" Cecil asked tonelessly. Nick had to concede that one. In all the time he'd owned the lunchroom, he'd never seen Cecil Bates smile or say a light word. "What did Biddy have to say about it?" "Oh, she had some jobberish about a man up in the hills making her leg well. Something Dan probably told her to say if she ever got caught." "That doesn't seem logical. About Dan, I mean. I can see why—" Cecil laid out his ideas on the subject, and Nick shook his head. "Can't hardly go along with you on that. Don't figure it makes sense somehow." "Give me a cup of that coffee, will you?" "Okay. So you think it's just been a masquerade all the time?" "What other answer is there? A spindly pipe-stem little leg doesn't grow normal overnight." "But we saw Biddy's deformed leg, all of us." "I got that figured out too." "Then tell me." "Illusion," Cecil said wisely. "A kind of optical illusion. We see a girl limping with a big brace on her leg. We really don't look any further than that. We take it for granted the leg's bad. That's human nature, Nick." Sanford didn't seem entirely convinced, but he didn't argue the point. "Well, now that you know, what are you going to do about it?" "Do about it? I'm going down there and expose that rat. After pulling a slimy trick like that, he should be held up for everybody to take a look at." "I don't know. I'd go a little easy if I were you." Cecil's native caution perked up at the warning, but he found a virtue with which to defend his position. "I'd just be doing my duty, the duty of any citizen, and I'm not going down there to accuse him. I'm just going to ask him about it. I'll keep a completely open mind and listen to what he has to say, the damned rat." 2 men entered the lunchroom after coffee, and when they'd heard Cecil's story, they didn't think much of the man-in-the-hills yarn either. In fact, they didn't think at all. As one whispered to the other, "I don't know what the hell this is all about, but Caesar's on his horse, and there might be some excitement, so let's stick around." The other one yawned. "This stinking town could certainly use some." Another hour went by before the town really started gathering. Then, with what amounted to a holiday spirit, heightened by the aura of mystery involved, the crowd followed Cecil Bates up the street to Dan Parker's bungalow. And the closer they came, the greater was Cecil Bates's sense of self-importance. Without analyzing, he knew he was happier than he'd been in many years. This was the way a sheriff should act, how the job should be, walking up the street to investigate rascality with the town coming respectfully along behind. They were depending on him, and he wouldn't let them down. Dan Parker was finishing his breakfast. He scowled into his coffee and said, "What did you have to pull a trick like this for? If she doesn't get back, I'll have to go look for her. I'll be late to work." "Why should you have to do that?" Jane asked. "She knows the country. There's nothing to hurt her. She has Buck with her." "Jane, sometimes I don't understand you. Your own kid wandering around in the desert, and it doesn't bother you." "I don't think it bothers you either. You're more worried about being inconvenienced, being late to work. Now listen here." "Oh, Dan, let's not fight. It makes me a little sick to fight now. Don't you realize that last night something wonderful happened? Something we don't understand, but wonderful all the same. Biddy was healed, and here we are the next morning growling at each other like a cat and a dog." Jane ignored the fact that Dan was doing all the growling and added, "Besides, I'm sure she's all right. I feel it somehow." "You feel it? You've gotten almighty sensitive." "Dan, please." Jane stopped suddenly, caught by the sound of pounding feet, the rumble of the crowd. "Someone's coming." They went out on the front porch and saw the townspeople swarming into the front yard. Cecil Bates was in the forefront with fat little Tom Schultz, the mayor of Sage Bend, beside him. Jane's hands were gripped tight together when her heart was a dead weight in her breast.
"What's happened? What's the matter? Have you found Biddy?"
"No, we ain't, Mrs. Parker," Bates said, then turned his words on Dan. "This morning I saw her riding that burro out of town, and I saw something else. She wasn't crippled at all. Never has been. Now we want to know what kind of a shenanigan you're pulling, Dan Parker. Let's have it straight."
Jane said, "It's true. It's true that Biddy's leg has been healed, but it was done yesterday by—"
"I know. She gave me that story about a man up in the ridges. Something Dan told her to say, probably. But now we want the truth."
"But you know as much as we do. We've told the truth, as much as we know."
"Now, we ain't as big fools as you think, Mrs. Parker."
"I tell you, we've—"
Dan Parker pushed forward. His eyes were slitted and ugly. "Don't tell him anything, Jane. Not another damned word." Dan pushed close to Bates, and the latter fell back a step from his eyes. "I want to ask you just one question. Are you calling my wife a liar?" Bates hesitated, and turned to Schultz for help. He had not expected quite this show of belligerence. Schultz refused to become involved, however. He said, "Now wait a minute, Cease. I don't know anything about this. Besides, it isn't my job. Mayor here's nothing but an honorary office anyhow." Having stated his case, he backed away also as Dan Parker moved forward and pressed Cecil Bates back against the crowd. Bates said, "Now look here, Dan. I'm duly constituted law around here." "You're a damn snooping busybody and nothing more." "I got a right to investigate and find out if the law's been violated. You know there's laws against abusing a child." Dan Parker's fist cracked against Bates's half-open mouth. A tooth snapped, and Bates kited backward. But he did not go down, because there were 3 men behind him who had come for the excitement. They threw him back into the fray, one of them yelling delightedly, "You're going to let him do that to you, Cease? You're the sheriff. Nobody ought to poke the sheriff around." Dan swung again, but Cecil Bates dodged and scurried to the side, opening up a space that gave him time to draw his gun. His eyes were cleared of fear now, and there was a little sneer on his battered mouth. "All right, Dan, you want to get gunned down? I can do it. Assaulting an officer, and I got witnesses." Bates's trigger finger tightened. There would be a joy for him in the bullet he aimed, but at that moment someone in the crowd yelled, "You're on his property, Cease. You got a warrant." The statement was thoughtless, and by sheer chance, but it probably saved Dan Parker's life. It made Bates realize his case might not be considered legally clear in a courtroom. But he could not bring himself to a complete loss of face. He said, "You're going to jail, Dan. I mean it. One more move, and I'll kill you." This satisfied the volatile elements of the crowd. "Sure, throw him in the can, Cease. Show him who's boss." By golly, Sage Bend hadn't seen such excitement in 20 years, and maybe there'd been more. The 2 cowpokes who had met Bates in the lunchroom congratulated each other with happy grins. What if they had gone out early and missed all this? Jane was clinging to Dan's tense arm. "Darling, go with him. Do as he says. It's better than being killed." But his fist remained closed. He was on the verge of pulling away from her when she whispered, "We've got Biddy to think of." The fist relaxed, and the arm dropped. Dan said, "Okay, Sheriff, let's go." As Bates followed down the street toward the jail, his gun held importantly level, there were comments from the crowd. "Pretty cocky for a guy with his neck out. Acts as innocent as all get out, don't he?" The remarks stiffened Cecil's courage. He'd done the right thing all right. The crowd was behind him. They respected him. It wasn't bad being sheriff after all. His ego rose pleasantly, but only to be knocked flat 3 minutes later in front of the jail. As a disordered crowd moved up the street, a group of riders, perhaps half a dozen, rounded a building and came into the street at the far end. They moved forward and were waiting in front of the jail when Cecil Bates arrived with his prisoner. Bates lowered his gun, and the crowd fell into silence as old Sam Tabor sat on a big black in front of his riders and surveyed the scene. Sam Tabor had that about him which signified authority, even where no authority was vested. He was the kind of man people stopped and looked at. Slim, cold-faced, and grey-eyed, he had at once the manner of an aristocrat and the wary attitude of one who had met suffering and danger along the way and was on the alert for more. After a full minute of silence, he asked coldly, "What is this?" Bates said, "I'm arresting this man." "Why?" "For resisting me, an officer." "Why did he resist you?" "I went to his house to ask him some questions and—" "And what?" "He slugged me." "What questions did you want to ask him?" "About Biddy, his little girl." "What did she do? Rob the bank?" Laughter bubbled in the crowd, and Cecil Bates had a sudden helpless feeling. "No, Sam. You see, I was up real early this morning and—" More laughter, and someone remarked, "Glory be, he was up at dawn looking for lawbreakers." "I met Biddy Parker riding out on her burro." Sam Tabor waved an impatient hand. "I got the story, what there was of it. One of my men brought it to me this morning. That's why I'm here." "Then you'll back me up?" Sam Tabor rifled a contemptuous look at Bates. "Put that popgun away. You've got no more case than a jackrabbit. I'll ask the questions around here." The crowd was silent, and Cecil Bates stood alone, and the humiliation was gall. He holstered his gun, muttering, "You got no right to do this, Sam. You got no right to make me look foolish." Tabor probably did not hear the words. His eyes levelled over the crowd. "Seems to me the little girl's story bears looking into. But you fools have yourselves a picnic while this unknown man may be pointing all hell at you from out in the ridges." Bates snatched at the statement. "Say, Sam, you might have something there. That's what I was trying to get at in the first place." Tabor cut in. "Come on back to your place, Dan. I want to talk to you." The crowd melted away as Sam Tabor and his silent riders moved toward it. Sam Tabor held the black in and rode beside Dan and Jane Parker as the cavalcade moved up the street. Sam said, "I understand Biddy rode off this morning." Dan Parker said, "That's right. We were waiting for her to come home so we could—" Dan shrugged. "Then that crazy crowd showed up." Jane's hand tightened on Dan's arm. "She's home. There's Buck in the corral. She's home, Dan." And Jane was running on ahead. "I won't tell you," Biddy said firmly. She had now analysed the little fear she'd felt upon awakening that morning. Now she knew the reason for it. With the inherent wisdom of childhood, she knew that the grown-ups would not understand Joe, would not realise how wonderful he was. Better than Gene Autry, Roy Rogers, Hopalong Cassidy, and, yes, even than Davy Crockett all put together. They wouldn't understand that at all, and the way grown-ups were, something bad would happen, and Joe would be hurt. "I won't tell you where the cave is or anything more about it." Dan's eyes mirrored annoyance and frustration. "Now listen here, Biddy. I don't want any more of this nonsense." Jane put an arm around Biddy's shoulders and drew her close. "I think she's right," Jane said quietly. Dan flared in surprise. "Well, of all the—" Jane's eyes swept both her husband and old Sam Tabor, who was sitting quietly on the teetery straight-backed chair, his grey eyes never moving from Biddy. "I'm sick and ashamed at the way things have gone," Jane said. "Last night I saw my daughter come home and walk across this room without need of the brace that had become the horror of my dreams.
I saw her made whole and beautiful by some miracle beyond my knowledge, and I wanted only to get down on my knees and thank God. I knew only happiness all the long night, and then I awoke to—" Jane swept her hand hopelessly, "to this, a snarling mob, a near murder, a town suddenly filled with hate and a love of lawlessness. Biddy saw none of this, and yet she knows that this healer of hers, real or imaginary, would not be thanked for what he did, but probably murdered. She knows this, and I love her for it." Jane drew Biddy close. "Don't tell them, dear. Don't ever tell them a thing." Dan Parker stood open-mouthed at his wife's long declaration. Sam Tabor got to his feet, and his eyes held only admiration. He said, "I understand, Jane, and I agree with you it would be like turning a sheep to a pack of wolves." "Thank you." Sam stood looking thoughtfully at his hat as he turned it slowly in his fingers. "Just one thing," he said suddenly. "Would you mind if I examined Biddy's leg?" Jane was surprised at the sudden turn of his mind, but she said, "No, of course not, Sam." Sam Tabor dropped to his knees as Jane slipped off Biddy's little slacks, revealing a pair of tight white panties and 2 perfect legs. Sam raised the left leg gently, like a holy relic, and ran gentle fingers down the straight, smooth surface. "The main damage was done above the knee, wasn't it?" Sam asked. "Yes, the muscles were pinched and destroyed. There was only the bone left and enough ligament to—" "Davy is that way too," Sam said, "but his goes even higher, into the hip." Sam matched the legs gently together and muttered, "I'm trying to believe. I'm trying so damned hard." "You shouldn't have to believe, Sam," Jane said. He looked up at her dully. "No?" "No, because Davy is your boy." "Yes, that's true." "And when one comes to the end of belief, there is faith to carry one further." Sam got slowly to his feet, and now seemed suddenly weary. He spoke softly as though to himself. "I should not need faith. After all, I've put my finger in the wound." He looked at Biddy with his characteristic suddenness. "Biddy, baby, perhaps your friend in the ridges, maybe he would—" Sam stopped, floundering, suddenly out of his depth. All his life he had been a proud man. Never in his life had he asked anyone for a favour, and even though it was for Davy, he did not know the process of asking. Perhaps he would have got the words out even then, but before Jane could help him, another fear blocked the way. Dan Parker's fear. In his mind he saw Davy whole and unbroken, riding the saddle Dan Parker now rode, and while he hated his selfishness, recognized it for the evil and the criminal weakness it was, he still instinctively blocked the way, spoke the words that stopped Sam Tabor's plea. "I think you'd better lie down a while, young lady. Get some rest. You were out too early this morning." It was an inconsequential barrier, but enough to straighten Sam Tabor, bring his natural coldness to the surface, end his plea. He turned toward the door. "You might as well take the rest of the day off, Dan. Won't be much work done today anyhow. See you tomorrow morning." Then he was gone, into the Black's saddle and leading his quiet riders out of town. They watched him from the door, and Jane said, "That was cruel, Dan, and you did it on purpose. I know you did. A boy's life restored against that miserable job of yours." Dan Parker knew inwardly the shame of his weakness, but he hid it behind surliness. "Well, somebody's got to look out for Biddy. You'd be perfectly willing to let things go to hell and then moan because there was no food in the house. Somebody's got to be practical." Dan snatched his hat and without another word headed for the tavern.
Art Haney had never had it so good. He chuckled and took another swig from the bottle Cecil Bates offered, and thought by God it was about time this town gave a poor blind man a break. Cecil Bates leaned forward and took the bottle back. He didn't want this old souse to get plastered and thus become useless. He said, "So you met this guy out in the desert, eh, Haney?"
"Sure did. At least it was a stranger, because I know every voice in these parts. You see, when a man's blind like I am, his sense of hearing gets almighty sharp, and you take notice."
"Yeah, I know. Now he walked along with you and took you to the cave he's got out there."
"Nope, he didn't take me. Well, not very far. I'm no slouch in getting around, even if I am blind and nobody ever helps me. I go out in them ridges sometimes just to sort of hear the quiet sounds. You see, a blind man—"
I know. So you were out there and—"
"And he said hello. We got to talking."
"What about?"
"Oh, just this and that. It was getting almighty hot, and I asked him if he could give a poor blind man a little something to drink."
"That was when he took you to the cave?"
"Uh-huh. It was only about 50 feet from where I was. He took me inside and gave me a swig of the damnedest stuff you ever drank. Had a kick to it, but not like any whiskey you ever drank."
Cecil pushed the bottle into his hand. "Try another belt of this." Art was highly agreeable. He wiped the neck with a filthy hand and said,
"Thank you, Cece. You're mighty good to a poor helpless blind man."
Bates let him take a fairly long one, then retrieved the bottle. "And you say you can show me the exact spot where this guy's cave is?"
"Sure can. Only—"
"Only what?" Bates scowled and pulled the bottle back as though to keep from wasting any more good liquor.
"Only that it might be kind of rough on you. I'd have to walk it. Wouldn't know where we was going if we drove. And a blind man taps along pretty slow."
"Never mind that," Bates said grimly. "I'll tap right along with you. I'd crawl across the Gila Desert to get that guy. I truly would, Art."
"All right then, let's get started."
Cecil Bates grinned. He'd show old Sam Tabor what the score was. Who was sheriff around here and who wasn't? Who could go out and bring in a criminal while everybody else talked about it? Davy Tabor had special foot controls built into his jeep. This gave him a great deal of freedom, access to all the roads roundabout, and to any part of the desert on which a jeep could travel. Davy was a handsome youth with none of his father's characteristics of leadership. He had a rather long, sensitive face, with eyes made dark and beautiful from suffering. His hands were the slim, delicate hands of an artist. He had driven off the Circle 7 toward the Sage Bend, but when he came within a few miles of the town, he turned away from the road and into the flat desert. There was a strange, restless stirring inside him, a hope that was almost akin to pain, because he had heard the story of the mysterious man in the ridges and of what had happened to Biddy Parker. If he could only find the man, if the story were only true, if— there were a dozen ifs bouncing through his mind as he wound aimlessly over the hot expanses. If he could only— He pushed down on the brake and came to a stop as he saw a spot across the waste, his sharp eyes telling him what it was. A small flop-eared burro and a little girl leading it. Biddy Parker! Davy screamed the jeep into motion and headed in that direction. As the intervening distance lessened, Biddy stopped and waved a welcome. The jeep came to a halt, and Biddy ran toward it.
"Look, Davy, I can walk. I can run."
"I heard.
Somebody came to the ranch this morning with a story. Dad went into town. I saw him, and he talked to me."
Davy's eyes asked the question. "What?" Biddy dropped her own eyes.
I wouldn't tell anybody where Joe's cave is, Davy."
"Joe?"
"He's the man who fixed my leg. He comes from the Sky Block. He's a wonderful man, and I was afraid they meant to hurt him."
Davy had inherited one thing from his father— pride. And now his face fell as the hope died within him.
Oh, I see. Well, you were probably right. There are some pretty crazy people around these parts. But I'm glad you found him and got cured. It must be pretty nice to walk and run again. Biddy came quickly forward and laid a hand on Davis's arm. I didn't mean that I didn't want you to see Joe, Davy. In fact, I talked to him about you, and he said he might be able to help you too. The gratitude in Davy's face was eloquent. He did? Uh-huh. Joe is just wonderful. We'll go there tomorrow. Just me and you and Joe will fix your leg. Biddy saw the disappointment her words brought. Davy said, That would be just wonderful. You see, it's quite a long way from here. I came in the opposite direction on purpose in case anybody followed me. I didn't want to lead them to Joe, and now it's getting pretty late. Davy glanced at the sun. Uh-huh. Sun'll be down in 15 minutes. And I've got to get home, or Mum and Pop won't like it. They'll be cross. Sure, a little kid like you shouldn't be out on the desert at night. I'll meet you tomorrow, though. Let's see, where? Any place you say, Biddy. Biddy thought it over very carefully, then suddenly bubbled with a warmth that was a part of her nature. Davy, we won't wait. We'll go now. It will be way after dark when we get there because I can't leave Buck and he can't go very fast on his short legs. But we'll go anyway and see Joe tonight. Davy's hands trembled. But what about your folks? Biddy shrugged. Well, I'll be with you, and you're an old person, so that ought to make it all right. Well, anyhow, let's worry about that later. You make the jeep go real slow, and I'll ride beside you. I can make Buck go faster that way. All right? So the strange little cavalcade started slowly off across the desert. Biddy prattled on as he rode the phlegmatic Buck beside the jeep, and Davy's heart sang a song within him, a crazy, ecstatic song. We're looking for Joe. We're riding over the night desert hunting for him, and maybe we aren't the only ones. Maybe everybody in the world is stumbling through the darkness looking for Joe. What Davy's heart was saying made little sense to his mind, but he did not question its source. He was only 21, and not a wise philosopher, so he completely overlooked the wisdom of his instinct. Cecil Bates sat in the Sage Bend Tavern celebrating his luck and preparing for his triumph. This preparation consisted of spreading the word because his very nature demanded witnesses, or there would be no triumph at all. So you know where this foreign invader is, eh, Cease? Sure do. Cecil emptied his shot glass and tapped his forehead with a knowing finger. Used my head, I did. Old Blind Haney lead you right to the stop, huh? Almost as close as I am to you. Now nobody'd think a blind man could do a thing like that. Nobody but a man who uses his head like I do. You sure are smart, Cease. You say you actually saw the machine he's going to blow us up with? Not us, I don't think. I think the rats after our space station. Now what better spot could they pick? Visibility clear as a bell out there. Think he's from the Eastern Bloc, Cease? Course he is. Where else could he come from? The voice of a more logical hanger-on came from somewhere in the greatening group. But it doesn't make sense to come over here to do it. Too risky. They've got deserts over there. Just as good visibility. Cecil was annoyed. Always some guy goofing things up. Is that so? Well, listen to me. Just what in the hell do you know about the mechanics of space, fire, and locations and things? Seems to me you take a mighty lenient view of things in general, mister. It sure does. Gosh, Cease, I didn't mean... Then keep your trap shut. Cecil Bates glanced around. Plenty of people here now. Quite a crowd. Me? I'm going out and get him. I'll have him back in town in an hour. We'll show those rats we got pretty alert law around here. You going alone, Cease? Sure am. Bates got up and walked importantly toward the door. There he stopped and turned. Course,
If a body of citizens tagged along to see how justice works, I'd guess there's nothing I could do about it." He grinned and winked. A shout of approval went up, and last drinks were hurriedly slopped down and additional quickies ordered. Then they followed Cecil Bates out into the street, moving with drunken anticipation of excitement, loaded with the dynamite of irresponsibility. They streamed out of town behind Cecil Bates's car, not stopping to get other cars or mount horses for fear of being left behind. There was no danger of that, however. Bates was not eager to face the strange man in the cave without some show of force in his wake, so he travelled slowly enough for all to follow. Dan and Jane Parker stood on the porch, watching the town empty out into the desert. Jane said, "Dan, you must do something. They're dangerous." Dan Parker frowned. "But it's not my job. Cecil Bates is the sheriff." "Bates is a slovenly, dishonest hoodlum. You know that, Dan. They'll do something out there." "What? What will they do? Bates is just going out to arrest that man for questioning, and I think he's got a right to do it." Jane Parker looked at her husband in new surprise. There was something in her face that had never been there before, a look he would have done well to heed. She said, "Dan, I just don't understand you any more. This isn't you. There's an evil coming into you." "That's nonsense, just because I won't stick my nose into the sheriff's business." "At least do this for me, Dan. Go out and tell Sam Tabor what's happening. If Sam refuses to act, then I'll be satisfied. But go and tell him." Dan Parker's mouth twisted in anger and helpless frustration. "So you think Sam Tabor's a better man than your husband? So you have more respect for him than you have for me?" "I'm afraid I do at the moment." Jane spoke quietly, and there was a distant regard in her eyes. "Will you go, Dan, or will I?" "I forbid you to go kiting off across the desert." "You go, or I will." "All right, I'll go." Jane stood in the yard, watching the tail light of the jeep fade off toward the Circle 7. There was a stark misery in her heart, a bleak unhappiness she had never before known. "It's not Dan at all," she whispered fiercely. Then she ran back to the porch and sat down on the steps and began to cry. But not for long. She came erect suddenly. Biddy was not home yet. She was out there in the desert. A drunken mob was moving out there somewhere. With a choked cry, Jane Parker ran off into the night. After a while she began calling, "Biddy, Biddy, baby, where are you? Where are you?" But the stars were silent, and the night was silent too. Joe had heard the sounds of the approaching crowd. He came from the cave where he had just got the report of 0 2 hours away, and waited in front of the cave. He looked up into the heavens from where, very shortly, a small dark ship would arc in and settle quietly down. The headlights of the car leading the crowd cut 2 paths through the night, and he stepped out into the radiance. Instantly an unpleasant voice barked, "You there! Stand still! Don't move! I've got you covered!" From curiosity rather than fear, Joe remained where he was. The voice and the harsh, discordant vibrations from the crowd in the background fascinated him. What sort of a demonstration was this? What strange, primitive motivations generated the black aura about these people? A scowling figure emerged from the gloom and peered over his shoulder into the cave. "What you got in there?" "The equipment I brought with me." "Where'd you bring it from?" The mob was straining forward to hear, and a baleful silence waited to be broken by Joe's answer. "From the galaxy. Well, the galaxy capital, I suppose you'd call it." "Where the hell's that?" "I don't think you could understand if I told you." "Is that so? Well, I'm not as stupid as you think, Buster. You've snuck in here from the east somewhere. You've been pretty damn clever, but no Eastern Fifth Column is going to get a foothold in my territory. You come along with me. You've got some questions to answer." An ugly tremor went through the crowd. It raced from drunk to drunk and influenced even the sober. Fear mixed with panic. "See that stuff in there? Lousy Eastern Fifth Columnist. Brought his equipment with him. Bet it's something to blow up our space station, just like they said." Cecil Bates expanded under the reflection of these revelations. He'd shown them all right. He'd brought them out here and shown them what was going on and what he was going to do about it. He said, "All right, come on you, into the car and right down to the jailhouse." As Joe hesitated, 4 men came out of the crowd. "You heard what he said. Get going." And they laid rough hands on Joe and carried him bodily away. But they did not stop at the car. The raucous-voiced leader of the group yelled, "Don't worry, Cease. We'll get him there for you. Don't need no car. We know where the jail is." The spark was touched off, the thought suggested by a blurred voice from the crowd. "We don't need no jailhouse. What we need's a rope." Laughter, ugly laughter, and other suggestions. "There's a tree by Indian Head Rock, about big enough to hold a rat his size." More drunken laughter, but laced now with viciousness and excitement. Shouts and curses rising into a steady roar. A lynch mob. Cecil Bates never quite knew how it happened. He made no resistance because he lacked the courage, and he was afraid to defend the prisoner. After all, he rationalized, when he saw how things were going, these were the people, the taxpayers, the hard core of the country. They had an instinct for knowing when swift action was necessary, and by gosh, when it was time, they acted. But he realized these were only weak alibis for his own impotence, and that he was held helpless by his fear, his inner rottenness, his lacking of stature as a man. And when they took the stranger and hung him to the tree by Indian Head Rock, Cecil Bates looked himself in the face for the first time in his life and was sickened by what he saw. He screamed at himself, "Do something! For God's sake, don't let this happen! That man hanging there is you! When he dies, you've come to the end of your rope too. But there's still time! Do something! Stop them!" But the weakness he had nourished and fed within himself for so long would not let him raise his voice or his gun. And he stood alone with his sickness, watching the body of the stranger twirl gently at the end of the rope someone had brought along just in case. Sam Tabor and his riders prowled the dark desert, and the desert was a big place after sundown. Finally he pulled up and said, "I can't figure this thing out. Bates must have used a car. Why can't we see the headlights?" "Maybe he turned them out so as to slip up on the man in the dark." This from one of the men in his group, men who obeyed orders and seldom spoke. "With the whole town and half the county tailing along behind him, I think not." A different voice. "There, boss! Look! See the glow?" Sam's grey eyes pierced the night. "Sure, that's Bates. We swung in the wrong direction. Should have gone to Sage Bend and started from there." "The lights at Indian Head Rock." "Let's go." They swept across the desert, thundering up a dust cloud that hung in the night behind them, rode until sight of a terrible thing sent a chill down Sam Tabor's spine. Sight of a man hanging from a rope against the glare of a car's headlights, a silhouette of savagery that killed the last faint hope in Sam Tabor's breast, the last hope for a crippled son. Sam fought to control himself as he and his men rode silently, gently into the lighted circle. He struggled there in the saddle with a red rage that tried to flare up from the stormy heart of him, the uncontrollable anger he had fought all his life and thought he had conquered. The mob was now looking at its handiwork in silence, each member wishing himself somewhere else. The roaring in Sam Tabor's ears drowned this silence as he reined up, and one of his men rode close to the turning body. The man's hand went out. He said, "Too late, boss. We're too late." Tabor sat like a dead man for a full minute. Then his rage broke its bounds and flooded out through his eyes and his throat across the desert. "Take them," he bellowed. "Take every last rotten mother's son of them. Lash the swine down. Cut them to pieces." He stood up in his stirrups and bent forward and lashed out with his quirt. Without question, his riders went into action. Quirts rose and fell, slashed and cut. Screams and bellows and curses arose on the dark desert as the shadowy avengers moved into their bloody work. The mob broke to run, bellowing and screaming in all directions. There was no leadership now, no courage to rally them for a stand against their tormentors. The only thought was to get away from the slashing quirts, to run off into the desert and hide like squealing rats in the blackness of a safe hole, to find sanctuary. But just in the middle of the terrible savagery, a cry went up from one of the riders. "Hey, over there, the boss, he's down!" The riders turned from their work and converged upon the indicated spot, where Sam Tabor hung limp in his saddle and was just ready to slip from his mount's back. They spied him just in time. Two of the riders cut skillfully in and caught the lolling body. "What's wrong, boss? One of them get you?" Tabor's reply was tortured, throatly. Heart's gone. Bad. Can't breathe. Done. All done. We've got to get him to town. Quick." So, as quickly as it had come, the avenging force moved back into a group and thundered away. Cecil Bates had got to his car during the melee and rammed it in panic through the crowd and off into the desert. The mob itself had melted like tallow in a blast furnace. And now there was nothing, no one from the rising moon to see except the still body of Joe hanging from the tree beside Indian Head Rock. Biddy Parker kicked a heel into Bucks's flank and said, "Davy, the light's gone out now. I wonder what it was. It wasn't the moon." "No, the moon's coming up over there. Probably somebody parking in a car and then they drove on." "But we didn't see the lights move away." "No. Well, you say we go right by there. Maybe we can find out." "It's not very far. We'll be there soon." The moon came up in desert splendor, and the landscape brightened. The rocks threw shadows, and for all purposes it was the light of day. Shadows of rocks, and another shadow as Biddy and Davy approached the place. The shadow of... Biddy reached over and touched Davy's arm. "Look, Davy, do you see?" "I see it. A man. He's hanging from the tree there, Biddy. He's killed himself, or somebody has." "But nobody is around. I wonder who it is." Biddy's heels beat a veritable tattoo on Bucks's little flanks, and the burro went into a reluctant trot. Closer they came, closer, until Biddy cried, "Davy! Davy, it's Joe hanging there!" "You mean the man we're going to find?" Yes, he's dead! Davy, somebody did this! Joe would never!" "That's not important now. See if it's too late." Biddy slid off Buck and ran to the tree. She could just reach the waist of the hanging figure. She began to cry and turned a streaming face to Davy. I can't help him. I can't even reach. There's nothing I can do." "And I'm helpless too." Davy had tears in his eyes too, tears of anger as he reached for his 2 canes and tried to struggle from the jeep. "You can't, Davy. You'll hurt yourself." Davy stopped. "Wait a minute, Biddy. Do you think you could climb the tree and go out on the limb and cut the rope?" "I haven't got any knife." "I have. Here. Do you want to try?" "I can do it." "You'll have to hurry. Every second may be important." "He'll hurt himself falling, maybe." "Skin up that tree. I'll swing the jeep around under him. It will break the fall, and then we'll take him to a doctor. Hurry." Davy backed the jeep in under the body, while Biddy climbed resolutely, carrying the knife between her teeth. She got a little dizzy, but she closed her eyes, and when she had wriggled far enough out on the limb, she cut at the rope until it separated. At that moment, two things happened. The body fell heavily into the back seat of the jeep, and the car itself went completely dead. The motor died, the lights faded slowly, and the glow of the moon illuminated the scene. As Biddy climbed down from the tree, Davy kicked again and again at the starter. There was no sign of life in the battery. Biddy came to the car, and Davy stared at her blankly. "Something's happened to the car. Even the starter won't turn over." Try again." Davy pressed the pedal and finally gave up. "It's no use. The crate's letting us down when we need it most." "Then we've got to use Buck. We've got to get Joe to where he can get help." But he's dead." No, Joe can't die. We've got to take him back to the cave." "Why there?" "I don't know. I just know that's where he'd want to go, and we've got to get him there." "I suppose it's the best place. Nobody in Sage Bend would help him, I'll bet. There. We've got to get him on Buck." "You'll have to go alone. I can't walk fast enough." "You can ride Buck too. Pop says a burro is one of the strongest animals there is, and it isn't far. Hurry, you've got to help me." Somehow they pulled and tugged the body onto the back of the sleepy burro. Then Davy clambered on, balancing precariously on the animal's hips. Biddy took the reins and pulled Buck into movement, and the strange cavalcade moved off across the desert. Half an hour later, Biddy cried, "There's the cave, and some people are there, and they've got lights." Davy was craning his neck. Look at that funny-looking thing. It's a ship of some kind." As they crawled slowly up the hill towards the rocks, they saw great activity. There were 6 young men moving from the strange ship into the cave and back again. As Buck came into the circle of light, 2 of the men came forward. They gave the body hanging limply over Buck's back their entire attention. They spoke to each other in some strange language, and then the rest of the group were crowding about. "We found him hanging from a tree," Biddy said a little fearfully, but they paid no attention to her. They lifted the body from the burro and held it partially erect. After a short conference, one of the men hurried to the ship and returned with a small tube that somewhat resembled a fire extinguisher. He pointed it at Joe's chest and pressed a button, and a thin blue flame crackled as it seemed to penetrate the flesh. In a matter of seconds, Joe coughed, opened his eyes, and was standing without help. One of the men, frowning slightly, snapped a question in the strange language. He spoke at the same moment. Biddy ran forward and cried, "Oh, Joe, you're all right. You aren't dead. We found you hanging there, but I knew you were still alive. I just knew it." Joe smiled at her and laid a hand on her head. He ignored the other men, giving Biddy his attention as he said, "I'm a lot harder to kill than you would imagine." Davy had struggled forward on his crutches. He said, "But how on earth could you have lived? That strangling rope around your neck." "I suppose this is Davy," Joe said. "That's right," Biddy assured him. "We're out looking for you." "As a matter of fact, Davy, the rope didn't hurt me at all. It was something else. I was knocked out completely by the chaotic vibrations flowing from the crowd that hung me to that tree. I'd have come around soon." "You mean they lynched you?" "If that's the term." The young man who had spoken would not be put off. He was respectful but insistent as he said, "We threw out the power block. It has been in effect for almost an hour. The time has come for you to speak, and then we must take off." For some reason he had spoken in English, and Joe answered in kind. "All right, let's get it over with." Another of the young men said, "You don't seem very optimistic about it." Joe's face was grave. "I'm not. I've learned a few things since I sat down here." He turned to Biddy and Davy. "Would you like to come inside?" He accompanied his pace to that of Davy, and when they were inside he seated them near the shining box and then took his own seat in front of the control panel. and while the others stood back with their arms folded, he turned several dials and then spoke into a screen speaker in the machine. "People of the world, for the last hour your planet has not been functioning. All mechanical means of transportation have been at standstill. Your electric currents from pole to pole have ceased their flow. Your homes have been dark. This inaction stems from a force barrier we have thrown up around your planet. As a result, your generators have stopped producing electricity." Wide-eyed Davy whispered to Biddy, "That was why the jeep's motor died." Biddy's eyes were like saucers as she nodded, not understanding, but fascinated by Joe and his cold, grim manner. He went on. "This was done for 2 reasons. To demonstrate a small segment of our power, and to bring you to your receiving sets. They are no doubt all turned on as you wait for their silence to be broken." Joe rubbed an unconscious hand across his throat and paused for a moment. "I am breaking that silence now. I represent a council of planets beyond your solar system, and I have been sent here to give you an ultimatum. We have watched you for a long time, watched with sympathy and complete goodwill as you struggled upward through your evolutionary periods. We liked much of what we saw, sympathizing with you in your mistakes and rejoicing with you in your successes. Then we saw your scientific development outstrip your moral advancement and your sense of responsibility. We watched you fight in caves with clubs and stones, with bows and arrows, with gunpowder and atomic fission. And always we hoped your hostility would give way to common sense and mutual respect, if not mutual love. But this did not happen. Each new discovery you made was qualified through a single question. How many more will it kill at a time? You moved out into space with your man-made stations, and we hoped that finally you would awaken and your hostilities fade into history." Joe's face was sad under its grimness as he paused to choose his words, and tension rang through the cave. "But no. You ran true to your basic hateful pattern. You fought in your caves, and on your seas, and in your seas, on your land and under your land, and now you propose to carry your stupid, useless wars out into space. I have come to tell you that this you will not do. Up to this point, you have endangered only yourselves, but now the balance of the galaxy can be tipped by your madness, and this we will not tolerate. I care not who is right or who is wrong in your disputes. I do not look upon you as a divided world. I look upon you as a single indivisible planet, and looking thus, this I say to you." Joe took a deep breath and plunged grimly on. "If one of your space stations attacks the other for any reason whatsoever, both will be destroyed. And in this destruction your planet will also vanish. It will be obliterated completely, as we have no intention of leaving a dangerous dead hulk floating through space. It and you, and possibly your whole solar system, will go at once, because, no matter what your opinions on the subject are, let me tell you this: you are expendable. Your planet is expendable. Your solar system is expendable. And on the day after obliteration, you will not even be missed." Joe turned in his chair, and Biddy thought he looked awfully tired. Then he said, "And now if you have any doubts, go out, wherever you are, and look up into the blessed skies God gave you." Biddy watched the sadness in Joe's eyes and heard him speak as though to children. The skies we will take away from you unless you grow up and behave yourselves." With that, he snapped off a switch with a quick movement and turned. He said, "Go outside and ready the ship for takeoff. You go with them, Biddy." He looked at Davy and added, "Leave the lad with me for a few minutes." Jo's instructions were not questioned, and a few moments later she was outside with the young men gazing in wonder at the sky. Everything was lighted up like the 4th of July, but bigger, much bigger. From every horizon giant lights of all colours were shooting up to meet overhead, all the colours of the rainbow, and some Biddy had never seen. It's beautiful," she gasped. One of the young men smiled without humour. "Let's hope a second display is never necessary." With that he hurried away with the others, and there was great activity around the ship. Then Jo came out, just as the colours overhead were dying, and gave a signal, and the men entered the cave. Pretty soon they came out, and all the mechanism and the big shining box were floating along behind them, floating through the air, as they were pulled toward the ship by thin lines of metal rope. In no time Jo was walking with Biddy toward the loaded ship, holding her small hand in his. He stood by the port and said, "I think maybe things will be all right, child. I hope so, because there must be many like you and Davy. There must be sane reason left on this mad planet."
"Are you going away, Jo?"
"Yes, Biddy." He smiled and kissed her and said, "Tell Buck goodbye for me. Davy is in the cave." He entered the ship, and the port closed, and Biddy didn't see it take off at all. It just seemed to evaporate, to vanish. But then her eyes were misty with tears, and she thought she might have missed the take-off. She turned and walked slowly toward the cave. Slowly, because she knew, of course, that Davy would be all right. Davy Tabor stood on 2 fine straight legs in the Parker living room, looking out the window over a silent, subdued Sage Bend. He turned and said, "Dad will have to be very careful from now on. He will be in bed for a long time, and then in a wheelchair, so I'm taking over the Circle 7.
"I'm sorry about your father," Jane said. "I'm sorry for the people, for—"
She glanced at Dan Parker seated beside her, and no more words would come. "I want you to stay on, Mr. Parker. In fact, I want you to take more responsibility. I need a wise, experienced head, and I'm afraid I'll be lost without you." "Wait a minute," Dan said quietly. "There are some things I have to tell you. Some things you've got to know so you'll understand why I can't stay at the Circle 7. And while Davy listened in silence, Dan told the whole story of his fears and actions and weaknesses. He did not spare himself, and the telling took quite a while. When he finished, there was silence, and something more. Jane's hand had crept toward his, and now she held it tight and smiled proudly as she looked into his eyes. Davy regarded them in silence for a few moments, then spoke quietly but without smiling. "That's all you have to say?" "That's all. I asked because I want it over and done with, and forgotten here and now. I'll expect you at the ranch in the morning. I have other plans too. We'll build you a house out there so you won't have to run back and forth. Dad should have done that long ago." Dan said, But nothing," Davy smiled now. "At Biddy. I've got an ulterior motive. I want Biddy around all the time because we've got a lot of talking to do." Biddy smiled back.
"About Jo?"
"That's right. About Jo."
The end. Subscribe for your daily stories of futures past. Maybe there ain't no such thing as a free lunch, but there is such a thing as a free story. Enjoy.